Yes, one pack per entry. Oh, katong deep cavern bat. La, 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 la. Hello, hello. All right, so looks like I messed up the the microphone right there. Looks like I fixed it. Welcome again, guys. Welcome to the stream. TD Bapo here, streaming the Aetherdrift Store Championships. I don't know why the controls messed up, but anyways, let's get on to the match. The first match of the Store Championships and Aetherdrift with mono white control and blue white control. Not gonna be. I wouldn't be as excited if it weren't for the fact that it's been a long time since we've had another stream here in Top Deck Games for Magic the Gathering. So, but it's a control matchup. So, this is gonna take a while. And Khalil just putting on some pressure with double carrot cake, having two tokens right there. That's the wrong token, but it's gonna get the job done. It's gonna scry one, put one on the bottom. Joshua, he just needs to relax and take some time. Gonna try to tick up the blast zone to 2. Maybe take out the carrot cakes so they don't get a lot of value. There's the booster pack. Congratulations. So anyways, welcome to the stream, guys. Be sure to leave a like, leave a share, and comment down below what you guys think about the matchup. Definitely appreciate your time watching this stream. As again, it's been a while since we've had what do you call this? It's been a while since we've had this kind of stream for Magic the Gathering. We've been mostly pumping what do you call this? Vanguard and One Piece card game. We all love those card games, but of course, let's not leave out, are also one of our favorite games here in Top Deck, which is Magic Gathering. All right, so it looks like Joshua is trying to put some defenses with the Overlord, getting 2 flying insects. And let's see how Khalil is going to turn things around. The Overlord is kind of annoying. I believe he also has his own. So he may be opted to do a temporary lockdown. Could be awkward because he has a bunch of carrot cakes, but he may be playing that. Never mind, he has a Caretaker's Talent. That's definitely one of the best cards to resolve. And against a control deck, a blue-white control. So the counter spells are going to be like much less of a value as the game drags on. And he's going to copy the rabbit token, gets another one, and he's going to draw a card off of it. The talent is definitely going to be a game changer as the game progresses. All right, so we see Day of Judgment, Get Lost. I think Get Lost is another relevant card in this matchup, just to deal with, the big haymakers from the blue-white control. Because blue-white control isn't necessarily a control deck, or unlike the traditional control decks back in Standard, like old Standard, where you have Planeswalkers, you have powerful sorcery spells or instant spells that can actually win the game, or just an enchantment or whatnot. Right now, it's kind of looking like a mid-range type of deck where you have Beza, you have Overlord of the Mistmores. So you get a bunch of creatures for value, and then later it becomes an imminent threat that your opponent has to deal with. That's why this deck is going back. And on top of that, Aetherdrift just gave the deck a huge upgrade, which is Stock Up. Stock Up is like the craziest card that we've ever seen in the history of Standard Magic. As I'll try to pull the card right here. If you look at the card, it says, look at the top 5 cards of your library for 3 mana, put 2 of them in your hand and the rest at the bottom of your library in any order. So if you look at the card, it kind of looks like an upgraded divination, right? But looking at the top 5 cards of your deck is kind of insane, even in other formats that you would try to put in. So we've seen it in Vintage, we've seen it in Legacy, Modern, Pioneer. Now in Standard, it's like one of the instant staples in the format right now. So if you have a bunch of stock ups in your sleeves or in your binders, be sure to pull them out and try to have some fun with those cards. Or probably sell them because they're like running around $5, maybe $6 at this point. Because again, ban list is imminent this Monday, as Wizards is ready to announce some of the cards are going to get banned from certain formats. Most likely Standard, even though Standard is kind of looking healthy and diverse, unfortunately, there is a cycle with the format that it kind of gets stale. So people start to get a little bit tired playing the same decks over and over. But the good thing is you get your money's worth just by playing the strong decks, the decks that are actually quite affordable as you build those decks, which is why Standard is looking really good right now. All right, life check 19 to 16, nothing too crazy, and looks like we saw a Day of Judgment right there, and looks like there is a Get Lost answering the Mistmores are very early before it gets to become a creature. Getting 2 map tokens. Yo, Ali, shoutouts to you, my man. Thank you for watching, brother. Definitely appreciate your supports and watching our stream. Hope you guys are having a great afternoon once again. This is the Aetherdrift Store Championships in Top Deck game. Starting off with the first round of mono-white control against blue-white control. Again, it's no brainer that this is not an actual exciting game, but I personally am just excited that we are back just doing streams right now in Magic, and hopefully we'll do more as we get to clear our schedule for the next couple of months, especially coming into April where Tarkir, once again guys, Tarkir Dragonstorm is coming your way. Pre-release is happening next week, so if you haven't pre-registered, pre-registrations ends on Monday, so you gotta make sure to pre-register as quickly as possible. Otherwise, you're gonna have to pay the walk-in fee. Either way, you gotta sign up because the PR packs are limited, and you get in Tarkir you get the exclusive clan pre-release kits, which a lot of people are vying to get a hold on. Kumusta ang standings? I would say Nothing happening yet because this is first round. And this is the first game, by the way. First round, first game. Nothing crazy is happening on the screen. Yo, Caps, rooting for my idol, Doc Pao. Yes, I'm also rooting for my man, Paulo Achacoso. The man, the myth, the legend, who brought the name of Demir Midrange into the fold, winning the RCQ 2 months ago here at TD Fest. Ah, kala ko nag-start na. No problem, my man. Just be sure to relax and enjoy the stream. While this is also happening, we are also simultaneously doing the flagship battle for One Piece card game. I think there's about 14 players signed up right now. And so the shop is looking packed at this point. All right. More pressure on the way with the Sanguine Evangelist. He's going to put more tokens. He's going to make Jace a little bit awkward. But hold up. Looks like we got a counterspell. Finally. No more lies. Gets to answer the Evangelist. So he couldn't, I don't think he could get to pay. Oh no. He has 3 mana. So this is a decision for Khalil. Whether he wants to resolve the Evangelist. I think it's worth it because you get to draw a card from the Caretaker's Talent. It's already level 2. Level 3, you can pump your tokens and beat the hell out of your opponent. So he's going to let that resolve, though. Looks like he has another spell up his sleeve. Yeah, put it in the exile zone. I love it. All right. Gets to attack for 1. Putting Jace down to 2. Let's see if he has something else. Nothing. Just passes the turn. I could have played that Caretaker's Talent right there. Because I think the only thing that Khalil is worried is if Joshua gets a get lost of his own answering his Caretaker's Talent, that will definitely slow down his game plan. Oh, but looks like he's opting to draw a card from Carrot Cake. Going up to 22. All right, gets to scry before he gets to draw. Again, folks, I would say that this is not like the most exciting match that you'd want to watch on screen with 2 control decks. But you get what you get, right? So I'm still hoping for either of these players to get a win going into the second round because these 2 players have known each other for quite some time and they've been doing good practicing their decks in the past couple of weeks, and they're very excited to hopefully get that Virtue Pestilence. That is the promo card to win for the champion right here at the Store Championships. All right, so those board wipes are looking very awkward for Khalil. He wants some, single target action, a little bit of more get lost, possibly more carrot cakes. He does have some Mirex and Fountain Port, which are very powerful in this matchup, especially if you have Caretaker's Talent. Just getting the engine going, and hopefully try to discard some of your board wipes. Oh, he does have the Virtue, the white Virtue, which can definitely snowball later in the game. Can get a Night Token, and then later cast it for 5 mana. And then start pumping his creatures, even without investing so much in the level 3 for Caretaker's Talent. Joshua, on the other hand, is just chilling, just waiting for Khalil to, make an action. Yep, it's a special action, but the trigger will be on the stack as the level 3 resolves. And the rabbits are going to be 3/3s. They're pretty much huge. And it's going to take Jace out. No, not even a blocker from Joshua right there. He's going to let Jace go. Good pull, good pull. Yo, Alec, welcome to the stream. No, I'm not going to say those words again. But thank you very much. Thank you very much for visiting the stream, brother. All right, it's going to crack the map token. with the Fountain Port. Let's see if we can get some action right here. He needs to deal with the Caretaker's talent. Otherwise, it's just going to snowball from there. It's going to get harder and harder as the games progress. Oh, he's got a Blast Zone, though. It's been sitting for quite some time. I forgot about that. So what Blast Zone does is for each counter on Blast Zone, it's going to deal all the permanents as he sacrifices it, equal to its mana cost for each counter. So there you have it. Yeah, this was definitely a good reprint from Brothers War. I was very excited when I saw the reprint from it, as it's definitely one of my favorite lands to play in Constructed. Alright, gets another Overlord of the Mistmoors. Trying to put a little bit of pressure, because we have yet to see any life total change from Khalil. And I believe we are just past like 10 minutes at this game. So this is what you expect from a control mirror matchup. It's going to take long games, and it's going to drag it a little bit further. Every resource counts, definitely for both of these players. So there's the Virtue coming out. I believe this is the Loyalty, if I'm not mistaken. There you go. And if this resolves, Khalil is definitely going to put a lot of pressure on Joshua. He's still down to 14. It may sound like a lot for a control deck, but if Khalil starts pumping a lot of creatures in the board without Joshua having to do anything on the board, then he's going to have a lot of trouble. And he didn't even crack the Blast Zone for some reason. I think he's just waiting for the Virtue to be caught with his Normalize, which makes the board state kind of awkward at this rate. So he's going to declare attacks. There's the blocks. He's thinking about blowing up the Blast Zone. Let's see if I could check the time remaining. Caps, thank you for checking on that. I can check it on my end. Time remaining is 32 minutes. Let's see if I could do some strings here. But anyways, this is looking to be quite slow for first game. So for those who just tuned in, welcome. You haven't missed a lot. This is still round 1 of the Store Championships in Top Deck games. Let's see if I could get this right. Yeah, there you go. All right, there is the timer. This is round number 1. All right. Things are looking good for Khalil. Still putting a lot of pressure. The Caretaker's talent is just doing so much work. Just getting him to draw a lot of cards. Look at Joshua's hand. Is like 2 cards left. And even if Khalil is just flooding with board wipes, oh my god, he drew the Beza. Beza is such a beast in this matchup. First one to resolve gets to have a lot of good time. Even though the Mismorse is about to turn into a creature in the next 2 turns, I don't think Joshua has 2 turns left. He has a Ride's End though, which is good. But again, he's just losing a lot of momentum with the Caretaker's talent. It's just too much. And I'm looking at Khalil just taking a lot of control in the first game. This is not looking good for Joshua. He needs to do something about it. He gets another Blast Zone. And I didn't even realize that this is the second Caretaker's talent. So he needs to take a turn pumping the Blast Zone and then dealing with the Caretaker's talent again. Just no signs of a get lost for Joshua. This is looking rough at this point. I don't know what to say. Like, this is one of the good things about the mono white tokens or control, because it's actually a mid-range rather than control deck. It's just that it has a lot of interaction in the deck that you could just switch your game plan into a mid-range deck. So unlike the blue-white control, it's still leaning heavily towards the control archetype while having the mid-range win conditions, such as Overlord and Beza. But if those aren't even enough to, swing the tides in this match, because Khalil's just got everything. And it's already a level 3 Caretaker's talent. He has to deal with the the Mirrex token, the mites. This is not looking good for Joshua. He doesn't even want to take the damage. Those are just signs of weakness right there. Parang draw ata to. Yeah. No. Knowing Khalil, he's done his research. I would say that he will take the first game and will just drag this into like a time. That's usually what you'd want as a control player. That's like the ideal scenario for these control players. So anyways, for those who are, again, have just tuned in, welcome to the stream. This is TD Bapo. I am your commentary for today's stream. This is the Aetherdrift Store Championships. Once again, we just got in the first round. This is basically the first game between two control matchups. Khalil Ku and Joshua Ntuza. Definitely vying for the Virtue of Pestilence promo card. I think it's running at around $100. So I'm definitely not blaming these guys for duking it out. Also, TD elevations are up for grabs for every win you get, especially if you get to the top 8 and then you get a 2x multiplier, which will definitely shift you back up quickly into the ranks, getting that mythic tier. So if you want to learn more about the TD elevation points, check out our reward system and the Top Deck page, topdeckph.com. Also, if you're looking to buy singles, we have pre-orders for our singles in Tarkir Dragonstorm. It's at our group page called TD Deals. If you haven't joined, be sure to search it on your Facebook. It's going to crack the Caretaker's talent. There you go. Taking care of the second Caretaker's talent right there. But Joshua is looking dry at this point. Down to 1 card. He has no more lies. This is looking bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Khalil's just going to cast the Virtue at this point. And this is not looking good. Oh, never mind. Just cast the Overlord. That's much insane. Sure, just put a bunch of tokens right there. Yeah, this is like one of the reasons why Blue-White Control was kind of like a trap playing the deck, because the format seems to be very efficient and fast in terms of like card selection, resource advantage. Like there's just so many ways to play around a counter spell, like a hard, mana leak in standard. Mana leak seems to be quite fair at this point. In fact, it's kind of looking bad. And again, you want the No More Lies to be efficient in the first 2-3 turns. Otherwise, it just gets worse as the game drags on. Because the ideal, unless you get super lucky when your opponent just fumbles with the lands, and then of course the No More Lies are still super efficient. So there is a temporary lockdown, which is going to take care of the tokens. Right, good reset there for Joshua. And then he actually had a stock up. I don't know why he didn't resolve. He could have just casted it. There's the Might still pushing a lot of pressure. Joshua already down to 5. I think he's just afraid of probably another Overlord or a Beza. He's just holding on too much on the Novel Lies. I think he just needs something like another Beza. If he could get a Beza, then that would be great. Or another Overlord. But at this point, Khalil is just going ham. Yep, just going one with the Might. Oh, looks like he wants to block with the Restless Anchorage. There you go. Yeah, and and the mana base looks awkward with the Pain lands, which is why he went down to 4. This is not looking good for Joshua once again. Nothing is just happening. Oh, that's not a stock up. It's a Ephara's Dismissal, I believe. Not sure if that was the right card. Dispersal. There you go. That's still looking pretty awkward. Another removal. So it looks like Joshua is just not... There's the... What do you call this? The poison counter. Thank you for that, Khalil. All right, 25 minutes in the round. Again, Joshua's just not having a break at this point. Let's see. Didn't see what he got off the top. And looking at Khalil's hand, he still has Beza in his hand. He's just, just slowly chipping away Joshua's life total. This is what you want against a blue-white control. Just get him to force out all of his resources as much as possible until he runs dry. There's no need to rush. You're super ahead in the board. This is almost like a masterpiece of, or rather a masterclass of a mono-white tokens action right here from Khalil. All right, and starts putting pressure with the Beza, threatening him to go lethal next turn if he doesn't have anything. He does have Ephara's Dispersal, so it might buy him some time, but yep. He just wants the 4 or 5. He was just holding it off just because he was just so ahead. He didn't want to waste the trigger from Beza. But at this point, Joshua's just running dry. Oh, hold up. There you go. Top deck. Stop up. Let's see if we can get some action. There's a Beza. Looks like another stock up right there. A Jace as well. Looks like he could drag the game a little bit longer. Okay, takes out the Beza. And this is why stock up is everyone's favorite blue card right now in Standard or in any constructed format. Because this card is just insane. Just gets you back in the game. And there's the Beza right there. It's going to gain 4 life. And I think it's about to draw a card off of this as well. Gets 2 fish tokens. Amazing. 25 minutes left on the clock. All right, no draw. Looks like they have the same hand count. But Khalil, I don't think he's worried. I think this was the only thing that he was worried was if Josh was able to pull out another Beza of his own. That could definitely drag the game a little bit longer. He could just reset the board if he wants to, you know, throw in a Day of Judgment. Because I don't think he's worried. All right, looks like he's passing the turn. What can Khalil do? He could probably top deck another Talents, another Fountain Port. Looking, looks like he got all the Fountain Ports in his deck. That's the fourth one. So Fountain Port is like just a monster of a card against the control matchup, because you just get to gain a ton of value just by putting a lot of pressure with the fish tokens. You can sacrifice the tokens to draw a card, just replace it. As long as you have a lot of mana, and if you're playing mono white control, you're definitely playing like probably 25, 26 lands, and you're just cycling off your Caretaker's Talent. You'll definitely draw all your lands. So you definitely want to drag the game a bit longer. I don't know why the timer stopped. There you go. All right, 19 minutes on the clock. Again, Joshua is still in the red zone. Still not looking good. He got back a little bit with the Beza from the stock up, which is insane. This is why you love stock up. You're just afraid to see that card because he'll definitely get the card that he wants. All right, goes for the lockdown. Taking care of the tokens. He still needs to take care of Beza, which is super weird. But there is still the Overlord that's looming in the next 2 turns. 3 if it starts to become a creature. I can see a Jace in Joshua's hand. Again, looking very awkward with No More Lies. 2 copies in his hand. He just can't seem to find anything to counter efficiently. Just with how well the Caretaker's Talent has done so much damage. And that was just 2 copies. What if he gets a 3rd and a 4th? Then it's pretty much unstoppable. Alright. There's 3 is 4. Looks like he's going to cast. Alright. There's the Virtue of Loyalty resolving. So again, the No More Lies is just looking very awkward. And more awkward at this point. It's just way worse. Like, even though it's pretty good, but you gotta counter those early spells. It's just pretty awkward for Joshua to draw them very late in the game. So this is good. Beza turns into a 5/6. So now Joshua needs to answer. Oh, hold up. Looks like he's counting his library. Holding up a Jace. That's a sign that he has a Jace right there. But we all know that Jace is already in his hand. Alright. Because if you hard cast Jace for 4 mana without the Phyrexian mana, you can mill your opponent up to 15. So if Khalil isn't too careful, he'll definitely deck out. Looks like that's like, I think that's the line that Joshua is trying to look at and hopefully win the game. He could just cast Jace right now. I don't think he's worried about get lost at this point. Just try to slow down the game and make sure he doesn't feel threatened with the Beza that's growing right now. All right, and he got a Ride's End, which is pretty good. That's going to take care of the Overlord next turn. Yep, and it's going to buff that out. So Khalil's gonna untap. Gets the Enduring Innocence. I would say that was a good card until Jay showed up. So it's I'm pretty sure Khalil is just shivering at this point when Jace is gonna start milling his deck. He's already up to 6. If he doesn't deal damage at this point or take care of Jace, then he's gonna mill 18 cards off of his library on the next turn. So the Enduring Innocence is actually looking to be a bad draw. Oh, thank you so much for taking care of the lights, Team Top Deck. Appreciate it. There was a feedback earlier with the stream on the glared cards. Shout outs to Dio for keeping us in check. 16 minutes on the clock. I don't think so. It should be 14. Yep. And Khalil is just in the think tank. I thought he got this game already at this point, but this is the power of blue-white control, ladies and gentlemen. And looks like he's just going to play the Innocence. He can try to draw off of a card with the Fountain Port. And maybe draw... yeah, he's counting. He's counting. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Uh-oh. Are we going to see an ultimate of Jace just milling him out? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. Okay, so that's literally half his deck. 30 cards remaining. So he would need 10 loyalty. Or at least 9 because he's going to draw a bunch of cards from Innocence in the next few turns. So all Joshua needs to do is to drag the game and protect Jace as much as... He's doing the calculator! What the hell? He's doing the calculator. 31 minus 18. I mean, if it helps, you can do the math. At least we're not seeing him checking his sideboard guide. 13 minutes on the clock. Joshua, it's now or never. This is your moment to get game 1. Because whoever gets game 1 is probably going to win the entire game. So this is very crucial for both players. And again, all he needs to do is just protect Jace for 1, 2 turns. And he's pretty much going to win. By just milling him out. And Khalil is just deciding whether he wants to draw a card, try to get a get lost. Alright, he's just going to pass the turn. Overlord comes in. Yep, trigger resolves for loyalty. First in, last out. Just going to untap. Oh my god. He gets a get lost. Looks like Joshua is having the day of his life. He's got a Ride's End and a get lost, which is insane. So you can just take up and just drag the game a bit longer. Just chill out. This is probably like the only awkward thing for the mono white tokens deck is that most of their spells are sorcery, so there's not a lot of instant speed interaction from both of these, from any of his cards, except for the get lost, I guess. I'm even surprised that they're not playing Ride's End. Ride's End is just an insane card. So he's looking to draw a card, maybe a treasure token. Okay, there's the Might. And there's the Sunfall, not a good card to pull. That's 30 cards. He's going to get the 29 next turn. So this is a very interesting scenario where we are looking at Khalil's library as a life total at this point. As long as Jace is sticking on the field, he needs to draw that get lost. That's the only way. That's the only way he gets back in the game. And we're already seeing 1 in the graveyard. Probably, he already used the second. Oh, so he's going to use the Fountain Port to draw another card. That's 29. He's on a timer. gonna untap. He gets a plains. Oh no. Looks like they're trying to see if they resolved any of the spells, or rather the triggers from the Enduring Innocence, which I think they should have. All right. Yeah, he should have been able to draw one, and then he sacrificed it to draw another card. Yep. So he got a plains. So not looking good. Zero sign of get lost right here, or any card that can deal with Jace. I mean, he just has to attack, right? And then Joshua's gonna play rides and get lost. Oh, he wants to draw another card. Man. Right. Time check. 9 minutes on the clock. This is this is looking very scary, and Joshua is just double checking his library. This is pretty much what's gonna make or break the first game, or rather the entire game, because we are 9 minutes left. Again, for those who've just tuned in, once again, thank you so much for watching us. Oh my god, there's the get lost. This is TD Bapo doing commentary for the Aetherdrift Store Championships here in Top Deck Games. Again, thank you so much for watching. Be sure to leave a like, comments, what do you guys think about the matchup so far, and share the stream. Definitely helps and support our cause for showcasing our players. We love our players here in Top Deck Games. They're the best of the best. And they're always learning. Oh my god. Takes out the Beza. Gets exiled. Oh, and he's left with the Innocence. Can't do anything. This is not looking good for Khalil. Which was surprising because like 20 minutes ago, Khalil was just on a roll. Like with having so much cards. I guess the board-wise were kind of awkward. But Joshua was just unfazed. Just hoping to get a crazy card to get. He got the Jace, he got the Beza to stabilize. He's down to 7. The stock up was just a huge top deck. All right, takes 1 life. Gets another fish token to draw a card from the Innocence. Did he get it? No, another land. That's not good. 7 times 3, that's 21. I believe he's already 27. He's doing the calculator again. He's trying to see. Oh, my man. You should have brought your scientific calculator if you wanted to make sure you wanted to deck out your opponent. But anyways, shout out to Joshua. I'm pretty sure he definitely did some practice and research before the event came. And he's very excited to get his first win for the first round of Store Championships on Aetherdrift here in Top Deck Games. All right, let's see. He's gonna pass the turn. Looks like Khalil is just bricking at this point. Oh, which is not surprising because he's been drawing a lot of crazy cards. He got the second Caretaker's Talent. He got the Beza, the second Overlord. Like for the past couple of half the entire match, and he still hasn't been able to close out the game. Joshua is about to close it out though. He can take up just one more time if he wants to. Although he has the Restless Anchorage to protect Jace. I think that's the only thing he's worried about. And after that, he can just ulti next turn. 28 times 8 times 3, that's 24. Because he's definitely gonna deck out at this point. Because I believe Khalil is gonna try to draw another card from the Innocence with the Fountain Ports. So he can just leave up the Restless Anchorage to block the fish token. I think that's the line that's going to happen. Unless Khalil miraculously draws the get lost, then we're gonna get to a stalemate at this point. Wow, hold up. Mill 6? 3. Oh no, he's ticking down. Mill 2, draw. Okay. Looks like a weird decision right there from Joshua. I don't know why he had to tick down. He got the archive. Nah, you're definitely sure he played the land. Oh my god. Joshua, no! Don't throw the game, man. You're so ahead. I swear to God, if Khalil pulls out a get lost at this point, that's an overlord. Sure. Draws a card by sacrificing the map. He's definitely getting feisty. Another virtue. Not sure if that was an overlord that he drew first right there. Oh my god. This is getting crazy. Yeah, that was an overlord. And he drew up planes off the top. He's getting impatient at this point. 4 minutes on the clock. This is not looking good for both players. I thought Joshua handled this pretty well. Oh no. But the Jace, I think the Jace is gonna take a bunch of damage. Oh no. And Khalil is just at a distraught. The Anchorage is going to block one of the tokens, but Jace is definitely going to take a bunch. Probably one at least. Good lord. And I'm not sure, but I think he was able... He should have been able to draw 3 cards from Jace's -2. If a graveyard has 20, yeah, he should have, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how many cards are in the graveyard. I guess that wasn't enough. But I don't know why Josh ticked down. He could have just ticked up to fend off the fish or even the innocence and just block it. Let's see what he's going to do, though. Probably draw another card. I mean, technically, Khalil is still in a bad position. He's just forcing to find an answer for Jace. But Joshua might have a different plan, even though it's basically his win condition at this point, just to keep it alive. But by ticking down, I think he's just worried that Khalil might have something up his sleeve. Maybe he's just worried that he's not gonna have enough blockers. He's gonna pump a bunch of fish tokens and then he's just gonna lose. I think that's the thought process of ticking down, trying to draw a card from the top. I definitely wouldn't agree that decision, because at this point, Khalil is slowly not worrying about Jace activating his ultimate. So 15 cards versus 21 is a huge deal. So he's looking at attack with the innocence. Just throw a bunch of bodies. Yep. Trying to take care of Jace. No, you got the anchorage. Why did he activate? Oh my god, he took the damage. Joshua, please. The anchorage. And he should gain 3 life, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no. My boy. He totally forgot the anchorage. He could have saved like 2 loyalty points from Jace. Oh my god, this is getting crazy. And there is the Overlord. I think this is a hard cast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's got 5 mana. He could just double no more lies if he wants to. I mean, at this point, he can just use it. He's not using his cards. Might as well. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3. Okay, it wasn't even enough, so I don't know why he ticked down. I'm still baffled by that decision right there from Joshua. And then he couldn't even get to protect it with the anchorage. I don't know. He was... Maybe he was worried. He was still probably worried about get lost. I think that's... Because I think he's aware that that's like the only outs for Khalil at this point. And he's just so desperate to keep the Jace alive. Oh my god. What a hell of a series. Or rather, what a hell of a game. Gets a draw. Lay down arms is actually pretty good to deal with the Beza. Just to clear out. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, he's still 20 cards off. And this would have been avoided if he just activated it. He didn't -2. And if he didn't... if he could have just blocked the fish token with the anchorage. Unless... I'm not seeing the anchorage. I think... Did the anchorage die? So that's pretty much why... I think it got killed off. You need to have a target for the map. No, I think it's referring to the match, Anton. That they're gonna get a draw. Because let's get the time check right there. It's already it's already time. I don't know which turn this is. But this might turn into a draw at this point. Just with how Joshua decided on ticking down with Jace. I think that was the worst decision so far in the match. That was just... I mean, I'm not dissing off Joshua or anything with his efforts and trying to win the game, but that... I kind of feel like that really just costed him the game. Or rather the win. Because at this point, they're definitely going to the draw. I think Ali's prediction right here is about to come true. Yeah, it's the last 5 turns. No more lies, still stuck in his hand. He still hasn't cast it. I think he could have just countered the Overlord at this point. He's still counting. I think he wants to tick down and just abandon the Jace. Probably hoping to draw another Jace. I think that's the play. That's probably the play right here. So it's definitely not over. He's definitely going to sacrifice it. There you go. -3. Mill 3. Let's see if he gets to draw 3 cards. So 1, 2, 3. All right, no sign of get lost right there, which means there is a chance. Just 1 card, still not enough. Oh, get lost. Still, I don't know. I'm not sure about that. All right, goes for the deuce. Did he get the Jace? Oh, no. A stock up. He probably needs a land and a Jace to win at this point. I think that's the only way. There you go. Right, there's the stock up. I believe this is the second turn. 2, 3. Oh no. 4, 5. No, Jace. Oh no. I mean, there is Day of Judgment. He can reset the board. And he's still far off from lethal. Even though he makes a token. I guess you can just play land and Day of Judgment. I think that's the way out of here. He has an archive. I don't think he wants to play. He needs to reset the board. I get. Oh, what? He took the Beza? Counting his cards. Okay, I'm confused. Did he get a land? I don't know if we could guess anything else at this point. Is he gonna lose? I have no idea what's happening, guys. This is. I think if it were me, I could have just taken the land and just cast Day of Judgment right there. He has Get Lost. He can block. Block the tokens. Like one of the tokens. I'll take. What? He just conceded. What the hell happened? All right, congratulations to Khalil for winning the first round. There it is, the handshake, the concession. Very, very tight series of plays from both players. And hope you guys enjoyed that match so far. That was like a roller coaster of a ride for me. And that was only the first game. Oh, boy. There you go. All right, so let's wait for the next round to start. But we'll take a short break. Pretty short break. I think round 2 is about to start. We'll just wait for the pairings and the players to come up and stream. In the meantime, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
これからみんなでめちゃくちゃ踊って騒ごう騒ごう
Headbanger. I know you feel me now. I know you hear me loud. I scream it loud and proud. Missy gon' blow it down. People gon' play me now. In and out of town. Cause I'm the best around. With the crazy style.
All right, welcome back to the stream, guys. CD Bapo here with the commentary for our Aetherdrift Store Championships. We are back for round number 2 between Hev Abi, our very own here in Cagayan de Oro, Raymond, running Demir midrange up against Jamai, one of the new players, or rather returning players here. I don't know why that why that happened. So, anyways, we are back for round number 2. Jamai with mono red aggro, just keeping things simple. This is like the classic matchup for standard for the past couple of months. Even though Pixie is like the best deck to beat right now, it may be super efficient, but a lot of players still want to try out and best out the deck with the deck of their choices. The mid-range is definitely like one of the good choices, as well as mono red, because mono red is actually a prime choice, especially with the resurgence of domain in the metagame, as it can definitely close out games very quickly, especially with cards such as Monstrous Rage and Screaming Nemesis. And then you have the prowess. And then you have the prowess cards like, there you go, Slick Shot Show Off, Monastery Swift Spear, and Emperor Heart Challenger, as well as the Heartfire Hero. I think those are the key cards that we get to see. Hired Claw is good, but it's definitely the turn 1 play right there for Jamai. Unfortunately, she gets to play second, which is a big deal for the deck. Wow! But look at this, Jamai with the statement right here. Burst Lightning on the first turn. What an insane play right there. I thought she'd play a creature at this point. All right, Deep Cavern Bat. Looks like the players are just having fun. And he gets to play the promo card right off the bat. And there it is. She did have a, what do you call this, a 1-drop. Oh, but did she not have a land? Let's see if we can draw one. Oh, she did. What a Chad. Giga Chad from Jamai getting a land off the top. Everyone's just cheering for her. Yeah, no one likes the Demir mid-range at this point. Everyone's just rooting for them. Oh, looks like the lights are... All right, there you go. Thank you for Top Deck team for getting things right off the bat for our Lightning. All right, Deep Cavern Bats into the red zone. 17-19. No sign of Kaito. Kaito is a very powerful card in this matchup as well, as he can put a lot of pressure, gain a ton of cards for the Demir mid-range deck. It's super important as well. And holding up a removal right there. Go for the throats. Super important. I think the play here for Jamai is definitely to plot out the Slick Shot Show Off, just to make things awkward for Raymond. Oh, damn! Just cast it. Oh no. There it is. Yeah, Raymond was waiting for that. There is the Flood Pits Drowner. One of the best cards ever printed in standard, if not in any constructed format. Because that card is insane. It could tap one of your creatures, which is nice, but it puts a stun counter on it. So, and it's flash, so you can play it on your opponent's turn, which is insane tempo value. This is what you want in a normal matchup for Dimir midrange. I'm surprised Raymond is just being super patient with his Preacher. He could have just played it on this turn after, which means he would be super ahead on the board. There's just no way for Jemai to break in. All right, just one. All right, trying to get things pretty wide at this point. There is the Heartfire Hero. Wow. Activates the Soulstone Sanctuary. Which kind of makes sense if you're not playing the Preacher. But I would still prefer the Preacher. I think it's just trying to be efficient with the mana, which makes sense. Alright, Red Zone, Deep Cavern Bat. Coming in for 1. Yep. He should also go in with the Soulstone. Okay, that's everything. Just double checking to make sure everything is in place. Life total down to 10. There's the Preacher, and he can still hold up his removal in his hand, which is the Anoint the Affliction. And Jemai, 1 card in hand, gets a Burst Lightning off the top. He could definitely play 2 cards at this point. Monstrous Rage and Burst Lightning onto Deep Cavern Bats. I think Raymond is just saving the Anoint the Affliction for... Damn, look at that. Just slams the card. What? It's going in the face. Jemai, I love your tenacity. All right, gets the Prowess trigger. Let's see if she could deal some damage right here. I mean, she just has to push damage at this point. Yep. All right, looks like Raymond is holding off. All right, just 3. And I'm going to use the Monstrous Rage. Unfortunately, Raymond is ready with the Anoint the Affliction. She's having fun. This goes to exile, and the Rage goes to the graveyard. There you go. All right, and Raymond is slowly just taking control of this game. 16 to 10. Goes in the red zone once again. He can even draw from the Preacher. Preacher is just a menace in this matchup. Draws a card. Gets a land. Pretty much block the... Yeah, but she's just super behind. She's going to trade a bunch of creatures, which is what Raymond would still want at this point. Yeah, that's a 3/3, 2/4. And she's stumbling on the lands. Considering she kept 1 land, that's pretty insane turn of events for me. Or for Jemai, rather. She's definitely having fun. But not so much. As she lost her board. Down to 6. Alright. Still putting up a fight with the Heartfire Hero. He has a Shoot the Sheriff. Takes care of the Heartfire Hero. Goes down to 15. There's the Fountain Port. Still pretty good. Red Zone. I think this should be enough. Yeah, that's and resets the life total. All right. Looks like game one goes to Raymond right there. All right. It was just a very good sequence for Raymond to control the board. Especially with the Drowner. Drowner is definitely one of my favorite cards in Standard right now. Not because it's just a Merfolk, because, you know, I play Merfolk. But the value of this card just wrecking havoc in Standard right now. That's why it's kind of awkward to play mid-range cards or mid-range creatures or even a mid-range deck. You just need to play creatures with a ton of value. Otherwise, if you play a creature that does nothing on the turn that it comes in, Drowner is just going to wreak havoc and just give you a bad time. This card is super insane. Not just in limited, but in constructed as well. So if you're a blue player and you love to tap down creatures, this is the card for you. All right, sideboard plan. I'm thinking Raymond just gonna put a bunch of removals at this point. That's like the only way you win in this matchup is try to clear the board as quickly as possible. And then probably get in an Aklazots. That is also a menace in this matchup. He can definitely board out the Kaitos. They may be strong in game one, but in this matchup, it's quite awkward, especially if you're trying to hold up a bunch of removals. So that's an easy board out. Even takes out the Deep Cavern Bats, because it could sometimes be awkward if you do take a look at your opponent's hand and then she would catch him off guard with a removal while the Deep Cavern Bat is on the stack. But Jemai, I think another card that I would look at in the sideboard would be Sunspine Links. Although it would be clunky, Raymond has a lot of non-basic lands, which could be pretty good, considering the mid-range doesn't play a lot of counter spells nowadays. So it would be nice to just slam a Sunspine Links. Very big beatdown creature that prevents life gain, rather. Yeah, because you can see there's a Gixxis command right there. Another awkward thing, if you're boarding in a bunch of sideboard cards with Dimir midrange, is that you have too many high cost cards. Like Gixxis command sounds good, Aklazot sounds good, but they cost 5 mana, and you don't get to cast them until turn 5. So you're just hoping you get a sequence of removals in the early turns. Let's say first 4 turns. That's the ideal scenario. And then you get to play your big spells to stabilize. That's the ideal scenario right there for Raymond. But for Jemai, her goal is the same. Put a creature and swing it sideways, go to the face, and close out the game as quickly as possible. All right, there's a Screaming Nemesis and a Slick Shot Show Off. Decent curve. No sign of a 1-drop Burst Lightning? I guess it's still awkward. So she could just hold up the Burst Lightning. But knowing Jemai, she's probably just going to throw it turn 1. And then turn 2, just plot the Slick Shot into Screaming Nemesis. I think that's your best combo right there. There you go. There you go. She's gonna throw it. Oh my god. The cojones. There's the duress. It's gonna take out the Monstrous Rage, I believe. Or the Lightning Strike. Oh, she took out the Slick Shot. Alright. Looks like he's not worried about the Monstrous Rage, even though it's a very good card. Oh, that's the Manifold Mouse off the top. Wow. If she draws a land here, she's super lucky at this point to curve out. Although Dimir Midrange, again, is a very potent deck against these type of decks. Like, definitely fend off. Okay. There is the Monstrous Rage. Looking very awkward at this point. Assuming it's a double strike. Thinking if he wants to Drowner it. Yep. There you go. So yeah. Off to a good start for Raymond. It's pretty insane that an uncommon just stops a very powerful card like Manifold Mouse. And she's already stumbling on her mana. Another Deep Cavern Bat. Taking out the Screaming Nemesis. She is running out of gas at this point. Alright. And there's the land! Could have been it! And looks like Raymond is just gonna be chilling at this point. Got cut down, a go for the throat. He's got a lot of options right here. Although he has 1 black mana. So he should be reserving his removals at this point. He could just play the Preacher as well. But there's the patience right there from Raymond. Hired Claw is the top deck right there. So Raymond, the good thing about playing Dimir Midrange, especially with the Deep Cavern Bats variant, is you just have perfect information on the second turn and then try to plot out all your options. And then from there, just gain a lot of momentum doing tempo plays with Flood Pits, Drowner, Go for the Throat, even Cut Down. These are the best cards you want in the Mono Red matchup. So there's the Monstrous Rage. I'm very sorry, Jamai. I do not have a monster roll. I just borrowed mine from Anton. So she's looking to deal a lot of damage. 2, 3, 4. That's 4. 4 double strike. Trying to deal 8 damage. Ah, she's just gonna go in. Wow. Yeah, he definitely has Go for the Throat, so he's not worried about at this point. Just letting her spew out in her entire hand. And she is going in for a lot of pain on this one. Yeah, just additional 2. So she could be potentially dealing 12 damage. There's the Go for the Throat. Taking care of the Manifold Mouse before damage. And there you have it. Hired Claw. Hellbent. Raymond could easily be taking this game. Yep, draws an island. Not the ideal land to pull. Take 3 damage. Goes up to 20. With a life gain. This is looking to be an easy round for Raymond. Alright, takes care of the Hired Claw with the Cut Down. Alright, top decks a land. Nothing else to do. Goes in for 3. 9, 21. Yep. Alright, draws another land. Oh no! The deck is not decking for Miss Jamai right here. And there is the Enduring Curiosity. That furry little fellow. He's going to draw a bunch of cards. Draw 3. Insane value. Goes up to 22. 1, 2, 3. That's crazy. Looks like she's going to pass. She's just arranging her lands. Gets a manifold mouse. Oh, she almost forgot. There is, yeah, the offspring from the manifold mouse. Still can gain a ton of value late in the game. But at this point, Raymond just has everything. Cut down. And then he's going to attack with the Soulstone. Probably super lethal. Yep, there's just no way. All right. And there's the concession. With the awkward handshake. Congratulations to Raymond with a 2-0 win against the Mono Red aggro. At this point, you're probably feeling good going into round 3 undefeated, beating Mono Red, because it's definitely like a coin flip, right? Like sometimes they just have it, and then you just get overwhelmed by insane draws from the Mono Red aggro. That's why it's called Red Deck Wins for the longest of its time, of its existence in Magic. Different variations, different cards, but the goal is the same. Just deal a ton of damage in the first 3 turns and close out the game very quickly. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case for Jamai, because that Burst Lightning was like a statement right there. Both games 1 and 2. So once again, congratulations to Raymond. It's not over for Jamai. She can still get in for the top 8 as we have 5 rounds to cover. So guys, do not go anywhere. We will be having another break. We still got 30 minutes on the clock, so we'll be right back after these messages.
これからみんなでめちゃくちゃ踊って騒ごう騒ごう
Headbanger. I know you feel me now. I know you hear me loud. I scream it loud and proud. Missy gon' blow it down. People gon' play me now. In and out of town. Cause I'm the best around. With the crazy style. I gotta say I'm in the mood for a little bit more. I mean, I'm saying what kind of beat is today. I need me to stop holding. You want me on us. Just tell me you want me.
Ay, kalimot ko. Tup
2 p.m. kami mag-open.
I'm in the big leagues, told him don't miss me. By making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Yeah, I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Yeah, told him I'ma hit it out the stands. I deserve another 100 bands, I deserve another 100 fans. Told him this was always fast. I'm in the big leagues, told him don't miss me. By making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. 1, 2, 3.
So if you're ready, and if you let me, I wanna see it in motion, in 3D. You won't regret me. Champagne confetti. I wanna see it in motion, in 3D. 'Cause you know I like it, girl. 3D, you know I like it, girl.
For our monthly flagship battle here with Bruce using his Kaido deck versus Dave, and it seems like the resident Zoro player is now going back to his favorite law, red green. So we will see. Oh, and actually Bruce seems to be using the purple blue version instead of the regular purple version Kaido. So it's very exciting to see what he will be doing here in this flagship. I think this is the first time that he has joined the flagship, while Dave has been a constant force during the previous months and even topping some of them. So we will be seeing some the usual side comments, laughing, and a dice roll to decide who will go first. And they're deciding. Uh, okay, after some friendly banters, they're now starting the game with the usual mulligan. And I do like Bruce's hand here, and it seems that he favors blue purple Kaido for the draw power instead of the usual purple Kaido, which is streamlined and is more focused on ramping. So this is the first time that I've actually seen Bruce on stream. This is the first time that he has joined the flagship, so it will be exciting to see what his deck is. But while Dave has been a usual force here in flagship, so we do know that has or he keeps on using this law deck and even top some weeklies with them. Uh, okay, and now the game starts. It seems that the Zoro player. Oh, it's not Law. It's Zoro. Dave is now starting the game. Bruce is now starting with Perono, checking the top 5 cards of his deck. This will be very good for him to set up the next few turns. This will be very crucial, especially because Zoro is known to be a very aggressive deck. So knowing which cards will be the which knowing which cards he will draw will be crucial for him this for this start. That's why Perona is the perfect start for him. He needs to able to hold back the aggression of Zoro. But because it seems like Dave didn't have any one to cast, he will have another turn which is fairly calm and easy. And Dave with a snap, Dada, and checking top 5 for that one, the usual Zoro antics, searching the Nami and showing off the cool AA version, and of course playing it for another top check. I wasn't able to see what he got, and he's just attacking with it, attacking with the Zoro, and a block with the Kaya. It's super weird. I mean, I understand that he wants to block it early for able to just take damage later on, but Kaya is a 2k shield, and it seems kind of a waste to even use this early. But it seems that his hand is full of Higashimas. So I understand that that's why he. So that's maybe why he guarded it early, even though it's a waste of card. And then, oh no, Bruce attacks with his Kaido, and Dave gets a Marco 5. and using the Onigashima to ramp, and that's the usual tactics of Kaido. So we will see Bruce be using as a 7 cost later on in the game during his turn, while Dave is still stuck at 5. What do you want to do? And Bruce is thinking, making sure that he doesn't. I mean, it early, which is kind of a waste to be honest. But I understand what he's planning, because well, usually you want to use it early, and he's calling the judge. So normally I would just keep this in my hand because it would help with the uh, defensive for the defensive turns against Zoro. But I think he's using it early just to cut off Dave in his early game. And yeah, they were just making sure that there are no takebacks. That's what he did. And he's using the tech, the Blackbeard tech. I like to see that because I think at this point Dave's build is more of a mid-range Zoro rather than an early game Zoro. So he doesn't want those early Namis and early Dadans. He just wants to let them go and turn it into raw power after they have used their card. Okay, here with the queen, drawing two, the usual things. And at least right now he can discard that extra Onigashima and has an extra body for defensiveness. And more, of course, ramping more that Bruce wants from his Kaido. I can expect an early 10 here later on, but I don't see anything in his hand that is even worth ramping for. And of course, Dave with the snap equip of a Dawn. What will he do? I think he will just attack with the Nami and then sack. No. Yeah, I think he will just attack with the Dadan and then sack the Nami with just for the draw. Or he can just use. Oh, he's attacking first with his Zoro, and I think it will just. And he does have a lot of choices here with this Marco, and early Hell's Judgment, making sure that the Teach and the Zoro can't attack. So Zoro now is at 3k, while Teach is at I believe 3k as well. So he's made Bruce taking full advantage of Hell's Judgment and making sure that Zoro can't as aggressive as he wants to be. Look at Dave's hand; it's full of events. This is the new Zoro build, which is more focused on doing events for the Marcos because Marco allows itself to be revived when it's KO. So basically, Zoro and other red decks have free bodies as long as you have an event. So this is and some decks even run the Fire Flame Emperor or the Entei just to be able to make sure to uh, be against other Whitebeards or other Zoros in their aggression. Now it's turn once again, and again I don't anything here that is worth the ramp. There's nothing here that can even be played. I think X Drake fine, but wants to be able to answer this board with at least Kaido 10 or even King at this point. But and just see. I think Bruce could have taken one just to make sure that he was able to draw into something from his left. But I can't understand his reason not doing. Oh, and he just draws two. There it is. Another blocker. I love that's why I like this build of blue purple because blue purple does have a lot of access to more blockers than the usual purple Kaido. And then we cards as Perona and Toffee, you can check the top 5 cards of your deck and making sure that you do get those cards that you want. That's the power of the blue side of purple Kaido. And Kaido's just attacking to Zoro. And block with the Brook. And that's a beautiful art of Brook here at the current promo pack. Here live at our flagship battle. and he attacks with the queen. It's not really bad per se, but it's an aggressive move that he was able to uh pick off some life and pick off some hand from Zoro. But at the same time, don't really think he want to. But and Dave just take it because he wants it. But it's another Marco. Oh no, I think this is bad for Bruce. So Dave is getting all the cards that he needs. Well, Bruce is struggling to even look for cards that he wants. What does he want on top? I think puts the Kaya on top just for draw two. Then on Onigashima. So at the minimum here, I think we will now be seeing Marcos, and it will be hard for Bruce to answer the Marco. This is slowly turning lopsided against, and again with the snap equip. Zoro is really powerful with that one Dawn plus 1000 to the field. You're basically telling me that that one card is giving plus 4,000 power to the board, 4,000, 5,000 power to the board, and attacking me with 5k. That's the annoying thing about Zoro. Zoro is just making sure that you're blocking with the minimum. Don't have anything else you can. It's either you take or you overguard. That's why sometimes it's annoying to face Zoro. They don't really want to overshoot the power because as long as they can take one card from your hand, that's one less card they have to worry about. Dave here making attacking with MEC attack and attacking the Dadan. Let me check that it's possible. Just check upkeep. 4,000 power, but Dadan should have 5,000 power. Oh, that again. Just verify with the judges here. Uh, Tapos sila. I'll just back here just to make sure that the rules are properly followed. Okay, nothing was wrong. The play was correct. Just making sure that the stream is correct here because, of course, YouTube comments will be on our asses the moment that they will see that there are wrong plays. But don't worry, that's why we are here to make sure that the plays are properly correct and there are no rules infractions. And here we see that Dave is sitting calmly with more than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 cards in hand and attacking with the Marco. And this is where the power of Zoro comes in. Marco attacks with the 7k against the 5k, and that is without a Dawn on Marco. That's the power of Zoro. That's why people are complaining Zoro is one of the best decks in the format for at least 3 metas now. Another Marco, as I said, I saw that from the hand a mile away. This will be harder and harder for Bruce to answer, even with a 10k, because Dave now has a lot of events in hand. This is the problem with what was happening with Bruce early on. His um Peronas and his trophies was not able to let him see the cards that he wanted to draw into or to get into the next following turns. Didn't see any of the big value cards like such as 10 Kaido or the 7 King or even the 9 King. It will be harder. I mean, the 6 King and the 7 King. It will be harder and harder for Kaido or Bruce to be able to answer back the aggression of Dave. And then Dave is not even used much of the low cost characters going, and he's rather playing into mid-range Zoro build. And again, here we see that the, that you Bruce used extra skill on Marco, but all that Dave did was just discard a card and then check another trigger, checking the top five for a white beard. Here we go, and another. I see that another Marco, a Marco blocker. What the hell is that deck, Dave? That's just white beard with Zoro as the leader. And attacking with the Queen 7K to the Zoro. Here's what I'm talking about. Because Bruce has not much chance left because of his bad checks and the bad cards that he was drawing. He's now using Queen just to be able to match Dave's aggression. Using the Queen just to be able to attack instead of blocking. And I can't really blame him because he's just taking a chance on how to win this game, or he's looking for a way to fight back rather than just sitting defensively. So I can't understand him blocking. And here we go. Dave just discards a Brook and another Marco. Oh my god, that's just 3 Marcos. And it's Dave's turn. All Dawn now active on his side. And the Nami attacking with the 5K. This is annoying, I'm not gonna lie. I can see that he will now be using. Bruce will not be using Hell's Judgment, but on which cards? I mean, I understand. This will be hard because who do you choose? Honest. And he's just blocking with a Sadie, but I think you already gave too much information, Bruce. Attacking, of course. That's just you already gave up too much information, my friend. Okay, he's choosing Marco and the Zoro. Attack whiffs. It doesn't connect, but now those Marcos and the Marco and Teach is just gonna punch through his defenses with no cards left in hand. But he does have 3 more lives, so that is 3 potential cards that he's able to draw into. $7K in. I know that's not 7K. That's minus 3K. That's 6-3. That's 4K. Yeah, that making sure that the power is correct. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. And since they've already uh just make sure that is possible. Okay. Okay. And he's just using Teach to attack and sacking the Nami. Okay. Yeah. Goes into Queen, of course, because he doesn't want Bruce to be able to draw into those cards. And attacking with 5K. Marco, if my math is correct, because it's minus 3, 6 minus 3 plus 2. Yeah, 5K. And no choice, draw 2. Wow, that's actually very good. Now Bruce is back at 3 cards in hand. That trigger was good timing, not gonna lie. But now Bruce doesn't have the Queen, so he's and is left with an X-Drake and his leader. That is hard for him right now. It's hard for him to be able to punch back at Dave, and Dave is just up. Dave just played 2 blockers with the Marco and the 1 cost blocker here. This is gonna be annoying for Bruce. I don't think he has any outs other than that king, but even then, what are you gonna do? And Bruce is contemplating whether to use king early just to destroy that blocker, but what do you even? And I see that Bruce has a law, so I think that's good enough. But knowing Dave's hand, oh no, I think Dave's hand is just. I don't think Dave has any KOs. I think that, oh yes, attacking. Dave sacks the blocker. So that's good at least. Probably is what 4, 5, 6, 7. And here we go. I think we're gonna be seeing the king and the card. The nerves are showing here. Bruce making sure that he's counting correctly. And king comes to the stage, destroying the teats, and that is a fair play. Not gonna lie, because teats is the one that's making him draw into the cards that Dave is pushing and pushing advantage. Now this is gonna be the hard part for Bruce because those Marcos, the immortal Phoenix, is not gonna let go to the field. I don't even think he can even go through those three Marco with such a huge hand advantage here in Dave. Here we go, and this is the downside of the Whitebeard build. There are too much events, and Zoro wants those bodies on the floor, but here it's attacking with a 7K. Sitting comfortably here with all those events in hand. Uh, and the Marcos that Bruce cannot even answer because they just keep reviving. What do you even do? Two cards in hand. Not even a blocker inside. Oh no, there is a blocker, and it's the Koala. But then again, if you are gonna block it, you're still gonna have to face 7K and I think 9K Marco. Gonna see. I think just Dave's just gonna go all in and just okay. Dave is making sure that minimum attack possible 7K. You need to discard 3K. Here we go, 3K and another 7K. What do you? What do you do? Yeah, all in, baby. And the shake hands. Good game. Dave takes round one with his Zoro. Uh, yeah, I thought he is very known. He is known to be a law player here, but I think he went with Zoro because it's tried and tested, and it's very easy compared to using law. And Bruce, I commend Bruce here for even for for what he did. He was able to uh take some turns here and there. He was making sure that he was getting the cards, but unfortunately, the cards weren't in his favor. The the check top fives from Perona and Doffy yielded nothing. There was barely nothing he can use with his ramp. All he did was just use Hell's Judgment, but that was just a futile effort at that point. Now the friendly banter while we wait for the next few games. Here we are at Top Deck Games, filled with players of different games, such as One Piece, Vanguard, and others. The Pod 2 Vanguard is also playing in the background alongside our flagship. And we'll be right back for round number 2. And here we are back. Round number 2. Malone versus Mabulay. Both using yellow and using uh, the strongest son of Big Mom, Katakuri. And Mabulay showing off his AA version against Malone's common version of the leader. But AA doesn't AA leader doesn't mean that you're automatically the winner. So Malone is known here as a good yellow player and has stopped a lot of standard battles using his Katakuri, while Mabulay is fairly new to the deck. So this will be a fun matchup to and they have kept their hands. It must be pretty good considering it was a pre snap keep. Snap keep, I mean. Malone goes first and passes. Mabulay now has access to stones and is and plays Danji, attacking with his Katakuri, not even equipping. What is Malone's plan here? Uh, and goes with a Pero. Fairly uneventful here yet. It's just leaders attacking. And here we go. Mabulay checking if for a possible trigger because this is yellow and we don't want yellow to get those triggers, of course. Using the Katakuri at full force. Sanji taking one hand and blocking it. Malone doesn't want to take any more damage. Pero goes for the attack on the Sanji and lets it go. He doesn't want to even defend it. Checking the damage. Malone is thinking here. Does he even want to give that? And takes it. I see. That's why he was able to easily let it go. This is fairly standard fanfare. Mabula is checking his life instead of Malone's. It's weird, but understandable because he wants to make sure that he gets triggers, but Malone's can also just not put it there. So it's kind of weird and honest. And here we go with the big mom. Well, Mabulay chooses for the life. Fairly easy choice. And Pero. That's why Mabulay kept it. But it's kind of weird for Malone to not even check the top card. But he did just play the big mom. So it was a hard choice to make to even he would check or to just play the big mom. But I think big mom was a better play there because of the additional life. And attacking the Pero checking the top 3. Getting another and getting pudding. Pero goes for attack on the leader. And of course, has another pudding in hand and then attacking with the other. So I think Mabulay here now has access to the big 10 mom. I know, I think that's still 7. So this is the small big mom. Oh, it's the and adds the big mom to the life. Okay. Wow, this is fairly exciting to be honest. This is a yellow versus yellow matchup. Yellow just being introduced in OP03 and it's already forced into meta because of the constant life checking and the adding of life and the other that yellow is life. Then just let's go of his character. Mabulay is an advantage here with the bigger characters in board. And a big 10 mom. Wow, that's amazing combo. Not gonna lie, he was able to trash that 7 mom. And Mabulay is clearly at advantage here despite Malone having 4 life. And but this is the power of yellow. 3 characters being played just from being triggered. Well, no, Malone is blocking them all because he knows that he cannot be able to stop with the Katakuri and the Big Ten Mom. I think this is now using his own 10 Mom. They're just going back and forth at 3 life and 2 life. Malone takes it back, even if it was at a disadvantage, he was able to go back to 4, and he has also has recovered. Not just be going in the characters. No, he's attacking into the leader. Mabula is taking it all. What are you doing? And he destroys one of the characters. Right now is at 0 and Malone is 4. This is what I'm talking about. Malone is known for his yellow. He has practiced yellow. He has stopped a lot using his yellow. He's clearly experienced with the Katakuri. And sitting comfortably at 4 life. What can Mabulay do at this? He just ran through, steamrolled through that life. And Mabulay is checking the top card, putting it back to the bottom. Malone, of course, just gonna take it because he doesn't care. He has 4 life. What more do I need? What he's thinking. And Fury, I don't even think he wants to block it. And a blocker. Role is showing her face here. And the Mabulay is now and Mabulay extends the handshake. He was from being at the back foot. Malone just took over the game with with his experience with the deck. Mabulay showed a good game plan here. He was able to combo off with the Katakuri and the Big Mom, and even trashing the 7 Mom. But Malone here is just showing that he is one of the best yellow players here in CDO, and one of the favored players here to win in flagship using his favored yellow. And we will be right back at round number 3. Thank you for watching Top Deck Games live during the One Piece flagship battle.
All right, welcome back to the stream, ladies and gentlemen. Titi Bapo here on commentary with our Aetherdrift Store Championships. Welcome back. We still got 4 viewers. Thank you so much for sticking around and tuning in. We are now moving on to round number 3. Let me just refresh the timer, as I believe this is round number 3. If I'm not mistaken. Yes. It's time to go fishing. Right, looking at the left corner, we got Jico from Davao City. Running blue-white aggro. Very interesting deck choice. Yeah, you can see the Regal Bunnycorn. And then Eric, of course, playing the best deck in the format, Esper Pixie. Definitely a must-watch of a match right here at round number 3. Timer starts now. Best of luck to the gentleman, especially with Jico coming all the way from Davao, 6-hour drive. Very insane. And he's also with a friend of his playing the flagship battle. So best of luck to everyone. And again, thank you so much for watching and sticking around. If you've enjoyed our streams, be sure to leave a comment, leave a like as well, and share the stream. Definitely helps this, getting the cause, getting the players to be featured in our streams. Hopefully get some exposure. All right, starting off with some pretty familiar hands. Eric's got 4 lands and a talent, a nowhere to run, and a preacher. So Esper Pixie, a very potent deck with a lot of cheap cards that he can just recast them over and over again with Nurturing Pixie. So you have Storm Chaser's talent, and there's the cute otter from the RCQ on TD Fest. Shoutouts to Juliana for an amazing arts. Very cute. And again, Pixie can just rebounce all the permanents and recast them. Just gain a ton of value, put a lot of pressure on the board with just a couple of cards. You can also recast your removals such as Nowhere to Run and Momentum Breaker, which is the latest card. As you can see right now, he just drew it. Wow. Try to copy the otter, but gets killed immediately, the Mockingbird. On the other hand, Jico has a very interesting deck choice, which is the blue-white aggro. Or rather, the blue-white, what do you call this? Artifacts deck, I would say. Or maybe it's just a tempo deck. I'm totally not familiar which build is he running, but I'm pretty sure he's familiar with the Esper Pixie matchup. He's going to tap the Otter token just to fend off some damage. All right, place the Preacher on turn 3. Pretty good. So he's able to play around the counter spell from his hand. Oh, but looks like that's Sheltered by Ghosts. A very nice draw there from Jico. And he's definitely going to play it. Damn. And that's going to be quite a problem for Eric for this turn only. Because, again, he has nowhere to run. He can still deal with the Flood Pit's Drowner. Because nowhere to run says you may cast spells that or abilities that can target creatures or permanents with hexproof and ward as if they don't have any of those. So that's why Esper Pixie has been the best format or the best deck in the format, because nowhere to run has been a game changer for this deck. The deck has already existed for quite some time, but until the Nowhere to Run came out, yeah, there you go. And then the Preacher just comes out very easily. That was a quick answer. And wow, what? Easy concession from Jico right there. Just how oppressive. I think he's just familiar with how the matchup works. So he's just looking to bounce back in the sideboard. So, wow. And that was just in less than 4 minutes. Well played right there for Eric. Just getting all of those answers. No double Nowhere to Run. I mean, just closes out the game. But again, if you're familiar with this deck, it heavily relies on putting a lot of tokens or like game pieces on the board, such as the tokens, as quickly as possible, and then cast the Zotic Glyph, which is a card from Lost Caverns of Ixalan. And then from there, you just turn those tokens into 5/4 golems. And then if ever that creature gets killed, you get the Discover 3, which says that you can cheat in another card from the top of your library, or until you reveal a non-land permanent, and then just cast it for free. So you can chain another Zotic Glyph, or basically another creature like Regal Bunnycorn. Bunnycorn just gets bigger and bigger. So it's a very sick deck. We've seen it a couple of times in some of the tournaments. But unfortunately, it could not break the metagame. Although it's still a pretty sweet deck to see, especially right now. Yeah, as you can see, there's the Warden. There's also the Pixie to replay some of your cheap cards, such as Novice Inspector. Those are the cards that you want to see early in the game, just to flood the board with a lot of tokens, and then from there, play Zotic Glyph, put a lot of pressure, or just play Bunnycorn and just smash for a lot of damage. One of the reasons why you'd also want to play this deck is it also plays white cards such as Sheltered by Ghosts, as you can see earlier. If only Nowhere to Run wasn't in the format, then we would have had a very different game, as we've seen right there. Oh, looks like I messed up the score. It's definitely Eric getting the first win. All right, again, you saw earlier, Nowhere to Run is like the best card against this match or against this deck. And Jico is definitely well aware of this situation. So he's hoping to turn things around on game number 2. And we're just even less than 10 minutes into the game. So Eric looking good. He's primed for a potential top 8 after this win, just to draw in, which is what you normally want in a Magic the Gathering tournaments. We are going to 5 rounds into this tournament before the top 8 cut. So getting a 3rd win straight without losing is the best feeling in the world. So you could get to take your dinner or whatever, or snacks, take a break, watch what the players are playing. And I believe Eric is also quite familiar with Jico's deck, which is pretty much why we saw that turn of events last game. Pretty insane. I'm just going to pull up the card. This is such a game changer. There was even a point where Nowhere to Run was in the discussion for banning just because the Pixie deck is just super efficient with just how they play the cards. So look at the... Yeah, it looks like an easy mulligan there for some of the players, maybe. There's 2 lands. I'm not seeing the black source. There's a swamp and an island. So that might be a keep for Eric. Jico, all right. Looks like both are keeping. Looks like a very smart start for Jico with Warden of the Inner Sky. Pretty sick 1-drop. So if you flood the board with a bunch of tokens and creatures, you can just tap them to make the Warden bigger with her ability. All right, passing the turn. Looks like a counter spell. So let's see if Eric gets to bait it out with a Hopeless Nightmare. So the thought process of thinking whether you'd want to counter this or, taking out the Drowner, taking 2, is that there might be a chance to have a Storm Chaser's talent resolved, or probably another card like Pixie himself. But there's the pressure right there from Jico, trying to play around Eric's mana. All right, going for 3. So 18 to 16 is the life total. And this is very crucial for Jico. He's definitely played this so many times. All right, there's a stock up. Let's see if he wants to counter this. Or does he let it resolve? This is also very crucial because Eric might be able to search for a lot of answers. Like 2 cards is pretty insane. Even for like an upgraded version of a divination type of card. All right, that's it, resolve. So I think there's also a chance that he's just playing around Eric with the idea that he might have a counter spell, right? So he might be thinking of playing around that card. Protect the Negotiator. It is still a pretty good card in this lineup, or in this deck rather. So Eric needs to be super efficient with his mana just to take care of the board. Because at this point, looks like Jico's going to be very aggressive on the board with the Tachana's Tidebinder. Straight up taking 5, 6. Oh my god, into the Enduring Curiosity. Draw 4 cards. Or 3 cards rather. Yeah, that's very powerful. So Eric at this point needs a board wipe. I don't know if he brought in the Gix's command, but he's still 2 turns away because he needs to play land and then another one after that. He needs to deal with the board at this point. He's down to 10. The Curiosity is gonna put in a lot of pressure, not just on the battlefield, but as well as his hand, or rather his resources. He has a lot of cards, but we'll see if Eric is able to answer this board. He's got this town, a Nurturing Pixie, as well as Nowhere to Run, so he has a lot of options here. It's just a matter of how he's gonna sequence this. 38 minutes on the clock. Yep. So Hopeless Nightmare looking a little bit awkward to bounce. He could just straight up play the talent, or maybe just, yeah, probably just the talent into Nowhere to Run, or rather Nowhere to Run, and then play talent and Nurturing Pixie, just to buy back. Yeah, make a bunch of bodies and deal some of the creatures on the board. Because one good thing about playing Warden of the Inner Sky is, like, if you're on this type of board state where it gets a bit clunky, and you're just stuck with a bunch of blockers, you could just try to pump the Warden to get the 3 counters. Yep, bounces the Storm Chaser's talent right there, holding up a Nowhere to Run. And the frustrating thing about dealing with the Curiosity is it comes back as an enchantment, so it still is putting a lot of value. And Eric has to be careful because if he plays the Nowhere to Run, it can get countered by Tyrannus Tidebinder. So he's just going to go in for damage. Leave behind the Warden. He's probably offering the trade for the Tidebinder. He could just throw in another one. Or just slam another Enduring Curiosity if he doesn't do anything. So another good option for Eric is to play This Town Ain't Big Enough. Declare blocks, bring back the Pixie, and then bounce another. Yep, there you go. Oh, looks like he wants to trade. Bounce back the Enduring Curiosity just to hold off Jico from drawing more cards, which is good. So he's still not off from the game plan of just replaying the Hopeless Nightmare. Oh my god! That was very quick. All right, Bunnysaur's into double Novice Inspector, and he gets to put a counter on the Warden of the Inner Sky. Just super fast gameplay from Jico. This is why people want to play this deck. It's super aggressive on the board. I mean, the only thing you're worried is a board wipe at this point. All right, scries down another card. So much value coming in from Jico. Let's see if Eric can still put up a fight here. I think he was hoping for a land right there, just to be very efficient with this. So, and at this point, Kaito is looking pretty awkward, right? Like, you're just looking at Eric's hand. Kaito, super awkward. You can't cast him. There's no way for you to cheat him early because you're on the draw and your opponent is just putting a lot of pressure on the board. This is looking bad. Although Jico is down to 2 cards, he might opt for more blockers with the talent. He still has another disc down. He can play Storm Chaser into Nightmare. Storm Chaser, Nightmare, and then hold up a disc down again. Just bounce the Regal Bunnysaur, or probably the Warden, depending on how much damage he wants to take. He's down to 10. He has to be very careful with his life total at this point. So he definitely has to take his time here on how he's going to sequence. He definitely has to leave a blocker for at least the Bunnysaur, I would say. Very intense. All right, starts off with the talents. Gets another blocker. And a Nightmare. Probably take the 1. Nope. All right. Yep, just throws away the Curiosity. Very interesting choice right there for Jico. He could have kept that. Maybe it's because he had a second. Probably had a second Curiosity. Yep. And drew a land. Yes. Gets a Plains. Taps the 3 permanents for the Warden to make it flying. So the best option here is to block with the Regal Bunnysaur, and then block, and then cast this sound. Probably your Storm Chaser's talent? You still want to hold up a bunch of blockers. Yep. So they're just going to go in. 2, 3. There's no reason for Jiko to hold back. He could just threaten another Curiosity in his hand, which he does have. And this might be the turning point for Eric to cast this down. The question is, would he want to bounce the Nightmare? Highly unlikely. He needs to block the Bunny Sword to save a lot of life total. And then bounce the Warden right there. Because the Warden is just getting way big. He doesn't have a flying creature as of this moment. He does have the Fear in his hand. But things are still looking pretty tight on his end. He's still trying to see how much damage can he take. He probably doesn't want to take a bunch of damage. And he needs to resolve Kaito as much as possible. Wow, blocks the Novice. So he just wants to kill it. So there's the disc down. Bouncing the Talents. And the Warden. And yep. So this might be the opening right here for Jiko to cast the Curiosity. He could, yeah, he's probably just going to draw a card here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's going to take 6 damage. That's still a lot, though. Going to put him down to 4 if he plays the Curiosity. Yep, he has another one. This might be rough for Mr. Eric Pakturan. Yep. Saves a bunch of damage. The Novice is going to die. I think this is pretty much a calculated play right here for Eric. At least he gets to keep the Otter. Wow! Shows off a second Regal Bunnycorn. Looks like Eric's in trouble. But the Kaito might be looking good here. It's just that the mana is not there for Eric. It's just super awkward. Oh, there's the land right there. But it's a tap land. It's a Sea-Chrome Coast. Just unfortunate. He could have had an untapped land to make the plays much more efficient, much smoother. The Nowhere to Run is just sitting on Eric's hand. Like, he could just deal with the Curiosity, but he has to deal with 2 Bunnysaurs. That's pretty much both 6/6. He's pretty much gonna die if he doesn't do anything at this point. So first step would probably be cast another Storm Chaser's Talents. Just buy a lot of time as much as possible. He could also play Fear and then recast the talent again. I think that's another play that he could run. But another option would just cast Nowhere to Run, deal with the Curiosity, even though it's gonna come back, and then just cast another. Oh, hold up. But these Bunny Swords, this is why this deck is actually one of the most contested, or rather considered card or decks to be played right here. Just because of this situation, right? Like, you have a lot of tokens, it's hard to interact, and you have to deal with them one by one. Sure, the Pixie has a way to deal with it. All right, looks like. And he's going to play the talent right there. Just block, 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 block. I think that's the gameplay right here for Eric. Tries to get another Otter. Yep, just delay, delay, delay. Hold up. Oh my god, a third. What? Eric just cannot take a break. Oh lord. Right, Ren Zone for Jiko. Alright, why am I calling it Bunny Sword? It's a Bunny Corn. All right, blocks. They all die. Draws a card. Gets a land. Passes the turn. He's hell-bent, but how the hell do you deal with this board? Yep. Goes the game number 3. That's what we want to see right here. Jico taking game number 2. And that was just super awkward with the nowhere to run sitting in Eric's hand. He couldn't do anything just because of how big the the bunny corns are. I'm messing with, kind of looks like a dinosaur at this point. So, but we have a very exciting match right now. Game number 3 between, I would say a rogue deck at this point because we barely see it in most of the tournaments nowadays. But still a good choice, especially if you get to have those kinds of draws. Super amazing against the best deck in the format, which is super annoying to deal with if you're not familiar with how the deck works or how you're gonna. If you don't have a game plan against it, then you're just gonna get smashed. All right, time check: 27 minutes. A lot of time for both players. Eric thinking if he wants to bring back the Cadaver Lab. Highly unlikely. He probably doesn't want to trade with some of these creatures or rather chump block. Although it could be an option. Yep. Cutting out the Kaito. Although he could keep them right now because he's on the play. But the bunny corns, man, they're just so annoying to deal with. And it was just unfortunate for Eric to not draw his multiple discounts. Or even the Pixie. Just to recast his Nowhere to Run, though that would have been a huge win. Just to deal with at least one of the bunny corns to buy some time. And even the mana was just super awkward. So, very well played right there by Jico. Just playing around Eric's turn. Trying to punish his mana. Like, punishing him for holding up mana is just super good. Alright, once again, guys, thank you so much for watching. This is TD Bapo. If you're tuning in, this is the Aetherdrift Store Championships here in Top Deck Games. This is round number 3, 25 minutes on the clock, between Jico, we call him Jico, he's Jose Victor Salvatierra, with Azorius Aggro. Although I have yet to see a Zotic Glyph in his deck, he probably doesn't need it at this point. He's just relying heavily on the Curiosity, which is super powerful until now. And then Eric running on the Esper Pixie, the best deck in the formats. Again, we saw game 1. It was just very quick concession from Jico. He just knew the writing on the board and had to go to game 2 after that brutal first 3 turns. But let's see if Eric can get the win, or will Jico sneak in? Oh, what the? Is that Raise the Past? Very cheeky card right there from Mr. Jico. And he's got a Bunnycorn and as well as double Warden. Seems like a good hand to keep. Eric, on the other hand, has a Storm Chaser's Talents. He has another one, and it's probably going to deal a lot of damage next turn. Yep, goes for the Warden. Probably going to play the Nightmare into Talents. The question is, what card? Yeah, this is what makes the matchup so frustrating, is that the Hopeless Nightmare is just super obnoxious to deal with. Like, you have a game plan, and then you're just going to run out of cards because then you don't have a game plan, which sucks, right? And luckily for Jico, he has an extra Warden, which he can throw. So he's going to go in for 3 damage. with the Otter. Gets another one. Down to 17. Oh, 15 rather, because he lost 2 life with the Nightmare. I'm very curious how this Race the Pass is going to play out in this third game. But at this point, Eric is just super ahead. Like, 2 Otter tokens, that's just going to keep buffing up. Eric only needs, like, Nurturing Pixie. But looking at his hand, it's looking quite awkward with 3 lands. This is not good. Alright, goes for Novice Inspector. Gets a clue token. There's a Darker Waste. Wow. An interesting play there by Jico. It looks like he wants to play the Anchorage, so not opting to play the Bunnycorn. Again, it's not a dinosaur, even with the unicorn horn. So he's really just gonna let Eric. Yeah, he's probably taking the damage. Gets a land though, but so this might be very well paid off for Jico. Just take 2 damage. Yeah, he's super happy about that. So this might be a sign for Eric to crack the Hopeless Nightmare. Alright, there is the second Inspector. It's going to pump the Warden. Scries for 1. So the main question is, does he want to be proactive or reactive? He has 2 options. Hold up a Protect the Negotiators, or just slam the Bunnycorn. The only thing he's worried is this town, which can definitely tempo him out. And then he could just bounce the Hopeless Nightmare or get another token with the Storm Chaser's talent, and then he's going to start doing the loop. Alright, crack. He's hoping for that card to come out. Wow, double Hopeless Nightmare. It's what? 3 cards. Yeah, think about it. He's thinking about it. If he just wants to attack his hand. Oh, this is very interesting for Eric. Since he passed the turn, this could be a good... Yeah, it's gonna throw 1 at least. No, yeah, putting 1 at the bottom. He might keep both. Yeah, very interesting decision to make here for Eric. Puts both on the bottom. He's gonna go for a Hail Mary. And he got a land. Yikes! Oh no! He could have just kept both. Man, that is rough. And he doesn't have anything. This is... Oh my god. This is the worst case scenario for Esper Pixie, ladies and gentlemen. Textbook-wise, you're supposed to play a lot of cards off and dump your hand. But the fact that he's not playing anything, that may be a signal for Jico that he probably doesn't have anything. Just lands. So this might be an opportunity for Jico to bounce back. He can just sacrifice the clue tokens to get more action if he's not going to do anything. Pass the turn with Otters. Wow. This is it. Jico. And he gets a Flood Pits. Oh my god. Draws for the turn. Gets another Warden. He's got a lot in action here in his hand. Right. It's the Warden. Cracks it. Keeps it on top. It's probably a land. Warden up to 3 counters. Now it's flying. And Vigilance. In the red zone. 17. Oh my god. And he's flooding so hard. Jico's just chilling, man. He doesn't have to do anything. And he's just passing. This is sign of weakness. Definitely, he might be smelling something. But of course, he's not too hasty about this. But if he smells blood, in the water, because blood is thicker than water. And he's in for a lot of trouble. Draws the for the turn, gets the island. Yep, he's probably just gonna make the warden bigger. He doesn't have anything. He just wants to smooth out his draws. Thinks about it. All right. Goes for the other warden to make it bigger for insurance. Keeps it on top. Maybe. I mean, this is just unfortunate for Eric. Even just draw a bunch of lands. Right, 3 counters, and his first counter. And he still has a bunny corn in his hand. So this is insane. Man, I still can't believe the razor passes in the sideboard. I think this is a pretty cool technology when you're up against the Pixie deck. Where you just discard. Just play a bunch of lands and then just slam, raise the pass to bring back all your creatures. I think that's the gameplay right there. Which I believe Jico doesn't need to at this point. If he feels like nothing's just gonna happen. Yep. Puts another counter on another warden. Just passes the turn. Hold up for a kicker. Oh my god. Really? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9 lands! He drew 9 lands straight. That's crazy. Oh my god. That must feel so bad for Eric. To see this type of gameplay. He probably just yep. Yeah, this is not looking good. If he just wants to sink in the mana for the Storm Chaser's talent, it's not gonna do anything. Oh boy. Draws a card. Probably from the clue. Oh no. And those wardens are just gonna go to town. He even has a split up. Just in case. Oi! I think that was the wrong card to show. There you go. Spyglass Siren. But that was pretty much insurance for Jico right there. Okay, resolves. Gets the map token. Even gets the tap 3. Scry. Yeah, this is gonna go 8. And I don't think Eric's is probably gonna come back from this. Yeah, it's dead. Close it at the bottom. Man, this is just rough to watch. Eric just drew like what, 6 or 7 lands straight? Just because he bottomed the the double nightmare. I mean, he probably just didn't anticipate that to happen. But this is Magic the Gathering. And this is the last turn for Eric. What's the card off the top? Stock Up? That's something. I don't know if it's going to get him out of this. He has a counterspell as well. He just revealed this counterspell. Oh my god. This is crazy. Yep. It's going to let it resolve. Wow. 2 lands. Gets the last one. Okay, there you go. There was the spells. But I'm guessing it's a bit too late because now there's just a looming counterspell right up in Jico's hand. This is just horrible to watch. Goes for the Pixie and this sound. You could just play the Pixie and the Storm Chaser's talent. Just to try to survive? Okay. Let's see. I mean, there's no way Jiko would ever lose at this point, just because of how super ahead he is. Double Warden with 3 counters. They're both flying in Vigilance. But if Eric can somehow find a way to get out of this situation, even with a looming counterspell, yeah, he doesn't care. He's just going to wait for this down. They're just going to play it out. Oh, Lord. I have no words. Even I'm flabbergasted by how abysmal Eric's draws have been throughout this game 3. Like, it's just painful to watch, man. Yeah, I was thinking about which he's going to tap for extra damage. I think shouldn't matter. He's just probably going to go Alpha Strike. 1, 2, 3. All right, puts another counter just for insurance. Oh my golly. All right. Wait, what? This down, yeah, he's gonna counterspell. That was just awkward. All right, and a session from Eric. Quite unfortunate. Very painful to watch. But a win's a win. Congratulations to Jiko. Managing to be undefeated. And looking to lock in for top 8s. Because we still have a bunch of games left. 2 more rounds remaining. And then we'll get to the top 8 cuts. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after these messages. Oh my god. I still can't believe that just happened. I don't know what to say.
これからみんなでめちゃくちゃ踊って騒ごう騒ごう
Headbanger. I know you feel me now. I know you hear me loud. I scream it loud and proud. Missy gon' blow it down. People gon' play me now. In and out of town. Cause I'm the best around. With the crazy style. I gotta say I'm in the mood for a little bit more of that. I mean, I'm saying what kind of beat is today. I need me to stop over that. Them on you, on me, on us. Just tell me you want me.
Ay, kalimot ko.
Tupian pa may mag-open.
I'm in the big leagues, told him don't miss me by making his dog like I'm in the big leagues. Yeah, I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog like I'm in the big leagues. Yeah, told him I'ma hit it out of stands. I deserve another 100 bands. I deserve another 100 fans. Told him this was always fast. I'm in the big leagues, told him don't miss me by making his dog like I'm in the big league.
1, 2, 3. So if you're ready, and if you let me, I wanna see it in motion, in 3D. You won't regret me. Champagne confetti. I wanna see it in motion, in 3D. 'Cause you know I like it, girl. 3D. You know I like it, girl.
our monthly flagship battle here with Bruce using his Kaido deck versus Dave. And it seems like the resident Zoro player is now going back to his favored law, red green. So we will see. Oh, and actually, Bruce seems to be using the purple blue version instead of the regular purple version Kaido. So it's very exciting to see what he will be doing here in this flagship. I think this is the first time that he has joined the flagship, while Dave has been a constant force during the previous months and even topping some of them. So we will be seeing some the usual side comments, laughing, and a dice roll to decide who will go first. And they're deciding. And so after some friendly banters, they're now starting the game with the usual mulligan. And I do like Bruce's hand here, and it seems that he favors blue purple Kaido for the draw power instead of the usual purple Kaido, which is streamlined and is more focused on ramping. So this is the first time that I've actually seen Bruce on stream. This is the first time that he has joined the flagship, so it will be exciting to see what his deck is. But while Dave has been a usual force here in flagship, so we do know that has or he keeps on using this law deck and even top some weeklies with them. Uh, okay. And now the game starts. It seems that the Zoro player. Oh, it's not Law. It's Zoro. Dave is now starting the game. Bruce is now starting with Perono, checking the top 5 cards of his deck. This will be very good for him to set up the next few turns. This will be very crucial, especially because Zoro is known to be a very aggressive deck. So knowing which cards which knowing which cards he will draw will be crucial for him this for this start. That's why Perona is the perfect start for him. He needs to able to hold back the aggression of Zoro. But because it seems like Dave didn't have any one to cast, he will have another turn which is fairly calm and easy. And Dave with a snap, Dada, and checking top 5 for that one, the usual Zoro antics, searching the Nami and showing off the cool AA version, and of course playing it for another top check. I wasn't able to see what he got, and he's just attacking with it, attacking with the Zoro, and a block with the Kaya. It's super weird. I mean, I understand that he wants to block it early for able to just take damage later on, but Kaya is a 2k shield, and it seems kind of a waste to even use this early. But it seems that his hand is full of Higashimas. So I understand that that's why he. So that's maybe why he guarded it early, even though it's a waste of card. And then, oh no, Bruce attacks with his Kaido, and Dave gets a Marco 5. And using the Onigashima to ramp, and that's the usual tactics of Kaido. So we will see Bruce be as a 7 cost later on in the game during his turn, while Dave is still stuck at 5. What do you want to do? And Bruce is thinking, making sure that he doesn't. I mean, it early, which is kind of a waste to be honest. But I understand what he's planning, because well, usually you want to use it early, and it's calling the judge. So normally I would just keep this in my hand because it would help with the defensive for the defensive turns against Zoro. But I think he's using it early just to cut just to cut off Dave in his early game. And yeah, they were just making sure that there are no takebacks. That's what he did. And he's using that the tech, the Blackbeard tech. I like to see that because I think at this point Dave's build is more of a mid-range Zoro rather than an early game Zoro. So he doesn't want those early Namis and early Dadans. He just wants to let them go and turn it into raw power after they have used their card. Okay, here with the queen, drawing two, the usual the usual things. And at least right now he can discard that extra Onigashima and has an extra body for defensiveness. And more, of course, ramping for that Bruce wants from his Kaido. I can expect an early 10 here later on, but I don't see anything in his hand that is even worth ramping for. And of course, Dave with a snap equip of a Dawn. What will he do? I think he will just attack with the Nami and then sack. No. Yeah, I think he will just attack with the Dadan and then sack the Nami with just for the draw. Or he can just use. Oh, he's attacking first with his Zoro, and I think it will just. And he does have a lot of choices here with this Marco, and early Hell's Judgment, making sure that the Teach and the Zoro can't attack. So Zoro now is at 3k, while Teach is at I believe 3k as well. So he's made.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stream. Tito Bappo here with the commentary on our Aetherdrift Store Championships. Format is standard. We are now at round number 4. We already have our top 4 out of 8, I assume. I'm just going to have a quick look at the... No, top 2. All right, so pretty much the 3 upper tables are fighting for top 8 slot. So, and one of the tables is... you're seeing right now is Alessandra up against her dad. It's not her dad, but it's the one, the only Paolo Achacoso, who recently won the RCQ just 2 months ago at the TD Festival. And he's now running at Esper Pixie. Of course, he always plays the best deck in the format. Meanwhile, Alessandra has a very interesting deck to bring. It's Dimir Demons. We've already covered this quite some time in the TD Talks, and we've seen it from time to time as well. It's a very interesting control deck, and then you just slam it on turn 6 with the Doomsday Excruciator. When you cast it, you just flip both you and your opponent's libraries, except for the bottom 6, and then from there, cast Jace or attack with the Restless Reef for the win. Just basically milling your opponent out. So it's kind of like Thassa's Oracle, kind of a combo deck. So I can see why a lot of some of these players are very interested in playing this deck. It just catches a lot of the metagame off guard, especially when they're not familiar with the deck. Alright, so there's a mulligan for Ale. Yep, and there's the card. When it enters, exiles all but the bottom 6 of their cards. And then it gets to draw 2 cards, but at that point, you just have Jace on your hand, and then you're just going to win from there. The only win condition for Paolo at this point is to be very aggressive in the first 3 turns Just put a lot of pressure on the board and attack Ali's hand as aggressively as possible with the Hopeless Nightmare, especially with the mulligan to 6. That should be telltale sign. Oh, but an interesting turn 1 play. Nurturing Pixie. No sign of Hopeless Nightmare. That's like the worst card to see, but I think Ali is very happy with this turn of events, or basically the first turn. Ali also calls this deck the Demir Withdrawals. I think there's some sort of technology on Ali's end. With, what do you call this? I think there was a card called Hidetsugu. I think it's still legal. It's from the March of the Machines. Yeah, Hidetsugu and Kairi. This is a very interesting card to look at. In the Demon's deck. It's also a demon. I guess kind of works. Alright, down to 18. Alright, no response. So Ali just letting Kaito in. So goes for the Surveil. But yeah, very interesting card to look at would be Hidetsugu and Kairi. Enters, it's basically a brainstorm, and then when it dies, it shoots for a ton of damage. Like, you get to reveal the Unholy Annex. It's basically 8 mana in total. So that's a cheeky play right there. All right, blot out. What a technology from Ali. This is looking good on her side because now there's not a lot of pressure on the board for Paolo. He needs to rebuild his board. He can play Talent into Nurturing Pixie. He needs a blue source to play it again. So the only thing you have to worry when playing Esper Pixie is the sequence of your cards. After that, the deck just plays itself. There's the Storm Chaser's Talents. Yeah, I forgot to take damage from Kaito. Alright, starts off with the Otter. Looks like I forgot to bring the token. And there you go, K-pop. Covering for us. There's the Pixie coming in. And then it's going to bring back the Talents, I believe. Yep. And that's just a go for Mr. Achikoso. Alright, so Ale kind of feeling a little bit comfortable. Oh no! You played the demon! That's the wrong demon. You could just play it at this point. She's just laughing. Alright, Archfiend of the Dross. It's been a while since we've seen this card. This card is actually pretty good still, but kind of awkward in the matchup because it could just get bounced. It could just, you know, in so many ways, like this down, just multiple discounts. So that's why a lot of people fend off from the card, but it's still a pretty good blocker. 4-card, a 4-drop on turn 4, 6/6 flying. So it's only a matter of how Doc Paolo is gonna handle this. Yeah, it's taking a little damage from the Underground River. He needs a blue source. That's a good card. 1 copy of Destroy Evil, which a lot of the lists are starting to look like a stock list at this point. Oh, but he also plays the Scavenger. Interesting. Yeah, but Destroy Evil is looking to be a staple in the main board, and then you'll probably see multiple copies on the sideboard. Super flexible card in Standard right now. Looks like Doc Paolo is in a hunch right here. Kind of awkward, yep. And the Archfiend is doing work. It's only a matter of how Ale is gonna win this game. She can definitely attack. Even play the Annex if she has it on her hand. There's a counter spell. I think she has to play it. Yep. There's the Annex. So the question is whether she wants to be super defensive. The only thing she has to worry is this town ain't big enough, because that's gonna be huge tempo loss. It's gonna lose 2 life from dying. Yep, the nurturing pixie dying, rather than taking 6 damage. That's 15, and it gets to lose 2 more life. Yep, 13 from the Annex, and then Ale should be gaining 2 life if she's mindful about her life total. Ah, yeah, she already did. She's up to 18. All right, so a very good position right here for Ale. She drew 2 cards, dealt 4 damage, and Doc Paolo just lost a pixie right there. Very brutal. There's the land for the turn. Sea Chrome Coast. Making sure that gets to cast the spells. So an option here would be to play Storm Chaser's Talent, hold up a what do you call this? A Destroy Evil. It's definitely gonna take care of the Annex, or rather, hey, I can even take the Annex to be exact. But I think the problem. Look at all these K-pop cards. Looks like Paolo's a fan, but. Destroy Evil can also take care of the Archfiend. I think that's the pressing issue at this point. If you look at the board state, goes up for 4 damage. The talent gave the prowess trigger plus the counter from the scavenger. That's 3 plus 1. Yep, so she should go down to 14. Once again, guys, for those who would just tune back in or have stayed around, again, welcome. Thank you so much for tuning in. All right, there's the cut down. She could have just cast it last turn or before the trigger happened. Very interesting. Doesn't have the blue source anymore, so there's no option for this town. Probably a Destroy Evil just to save that. Yeah, there you go. Definitely needed to answer that right away. The looming question is, does she have the Excruciator? That's the only thing that's, going to be super scary for Paolo's side, because if she slams the Excruciator, that means she has Jace. Ooh, that's a demon right there. All right. What a technology. We talked about this earlier. So gets to Brainstorm, tries to fix her hand. Second Kaito, or rather Hidetsugu and Kairi. Unfortunately, she drew a bunch of lands. And Paolo is just having a time of his life. Getting amazed by this interesting technology right here. It is a demon, though, so she gets to draw a bunch of cards. Awkward thing is she has the Annex, which means she's definitely going to draw both of those cards at the end of turn. And she's definitely going to stabilize, gaining 1 life again. All right. She can opt for a cut down. Yep. Goes down to 10. So this is just looking like a Demir mid-range type of deck. Best part is you have the backup plan of Excruciator into Jace, but so far it's not showing up. All right, Doc Paolo down to 10. Just drew both of those cards. So interesting position right here for Paolo. He already spent the Destroy Evil. Doubt that he has a second copy in the main deck. Yeah. It is a beefy creature to look at. 5/4 flying. It's not a joke. And the Annex is just giving Ale like a ton of value at this point. Annex is just still looking to be a very good card. And all she has to do is just hold off. All right, but there's the nowhere to run. All he needs to do is just bounce it. Oh no, he was already in combat, so she blocked, and then yep, that's definitely gonna take some damage. It's gonna reveal another one. Oh my god. And he's gonna take 5 damage off of this. I love it. I love seeing crazy technology from Ale. My god, this card is actually working. XL top, target opponent loses life. Yep. He's already down to 5, and then he gets to if he plays the Excruciator, that will be pretty good. But Doc Paulo has 3 mana up. He could be holding up this town. Alessandra has to be quite careful. She's down to 14, and she has 3 steps ahead. Hold up. All right, she can actually do that as well. Unlocking the Unholy Annex with the demon. So the question is whether Doc Paulo, yeah, there you go. There's this town answering the demon. Looks like she got tilted by that. All right, good play there by Doc Paulo. Needs that tempo play of taking care of that demon, and then gets to replay the Storm Chaser's talent. Huge deal, because now those otters are gonna like deal a bunch of damage as he starts playing out his cards. Question is, does he have a Nurturing Pixie? I saw a Fear of Isolation in his hand. Oh, he has 3 of them. That's looking awkward. Unfortunately, he can't play them all because he only has 2 blue sources. This is the cost of playing 3 colors in your deck. Much more if you're playing 5 colors like Domain. So Doc Paulo has a choice. He could just run up the Storm Chaser's talent. Doesn't need to play the Fear. Yeah, it's already down to 4. Oh my god. He could probably opt to hold up another discount if he has it. Nope, he's just gonna straight up play the Fear, I guess, and just put some pressure on the board. Yeah, I'm feeling Doc Paulo at this point. Like, it's just super awkward. Where are my blue sources? I just want to play all of my spells. This is a very crucial turn for Doc Paulo. All right, going in for 5. Ale can definitely have an answer here if she wants to. If she has a cut down would work. Yep. Or go for the throats, I would assume. Yep. Takes care of the big otter, taking 2 damage only. And tries to bring back this sound. All right, I think that's the play right here. So he's heavily relying on his only creatures on the field. Doesn't have to put a lot of pressure, and tries to create a loop of this town and Storm Chaser's talents, which is when you level up the enchantment, you return an instant or sorcery, then you recast this town, bouncing Storm Chaser's talent and another one of your opponent's spells. And then there's the Archfiend of the Dross. If she has a removal, this is pretty much lethal. This is lethal. Ale, can you please win game number 1? She already has cut down. That's gonna put Doc Paolo to 2 with the Annex trigger. I mean, we'll see if she pulls it off. Goes up to 12. Does she have it? Or is she ever going to pull it off? No, nothing. What is she planning? Maybe she just wants to counter. She has 3 steps ahead, but there's pretty much no need. Stock up. Wow. Interesting card to see. I think she missed lethal right there, ladies and gentlemen. Cut down could have just killed the Otter, then since she has Archfiend of the Dross, if I'm not mistaken, creature dies and then opponent loses 2 life. Right, things are getting rowdy outside. We're just waiting to see if Paolo wants to play the stock up or just trying to find a way to resolve this town. He can't do it main phase because he probably knows there's a counter spell. So yeah, he's in a rut right here. But he has no choice. He has to put a lot of pressure on his life total. He's gonna die next turn if he doesn't do anything. So pretty much he's had to check. If this is chess terms, this is pretty much a check. And it's about to be a checkmate if Ale plays it right, even though she missed a lethal. Unless I'm mistaken by the card in her hand, but it's got to be cut down, man. Like, if it wasn't though, yeah, it kind of looks like it's right. Just attack, right? Easy block, just to check on this sound. All she has to do is block and just wait for... I mean, she already knows this sound, so there's nothing for her to do. But even then, it's not even lethal. Even if, for some reason, Paolo survives this turn, he's just going to die next turn because she can just replay the Archfiend and then just lose 2 life from... Wow, no blocks! I think she was worried about the nowhere to run. That could probably blow her up. Yeah. I mean, that's also one way of making a checkmate is that she doesn't have to do anything because she's just gonna die. He's just gonna die next turn. Just hold up the 3 steps ahead. Or even a cut down. Oh, he's about to do it. Stock up. See if he has any answers. All right. Gets to resolve. I don't know how he's going to get away from this. No, he scoops it up. I think he sends the counter spell right there. So, game 1 going to Ale. With Dimir Demons. All right. I think the Hidetsugu was very interesting to see in this type of matchup. So, now the real challenge comes with the sideboard. Because based on our playtesting, I'm pretty sure Ale is still not comfortable with this matchup. Especially if Paolo has the nut draw, like Hopeless Nightmare into Nurturing Pixie and Hopeless Nightmare. That's like one back-breaking turn of plays for Paolo to actually get a win right there. All right, there's the Dreams and Steel and Oil coming in. Yo, Erickson, welcome to stream, brother. Thanks for dropping by. Hope you're having fun right there at Manila with Okada. I believe there's an event right there happening. A convention of hobbyists. But man, I'm very impressed by Hidetsugu and Kairi. This card actually got Ali to win the first game. Surprisingly. I thought it was just going to get tempoed out. Turns out, Paolo just had a very awkward mana base right there. Couldn't get to play multiple cards just because of the blue source. Just lacking. And then it was very late for the stock up to arrive. All right, so while we're waiting for the players to get on to game 2 after sideboard, don't forget Tarkir Dragonstorm is coming your way at Top Deck Games within next week. Pre-release is going to be happening here at the main branch and at Iligan branch. So, again, limited slots only for the pre-art kits as much as possible. You got to reserve them until Monday because otherwise it's going to be not only quite expensive, but after that, there is a chance that it's going to get sold out because Tarkir is just super hyped right now. A lot of good cards. Mox Jasper. There's a new Storm card, Draco Genesis, even Ugin and Elspeth. They look very pushed in any format. Commander, Standard, even Pioneer maybe, or Modern. Especially with Ugin. Ugin looks very pushed for a Standard card. Hence the price point of that card right now. So, if you want to get a hold of those cards, or get a chance to get a hold of those cards, be sure to pre-register at our pre-release events. And not only that, if you're not looking to play this weekend, you can pre-order our singles, which will be available on release or after release. So, which is a week after the pre-release. So you could head on to TD Deals. We have a group page where you can check it out. The singles available for purchase. All right, so moving on to game number 2. I think Ali just needs to weather out the Hopeless Nightmare shenanigans. I guess you could fill in the, what do you call this? One of our technologies in dealing with the Pixie deck is definitely the Baloth, the Obstinate Baloth, or the Wiltlift Glean? I forgot the name of the card. Let me try to search it. Wiltleaf Cavalier? Nope, not this one. The Liege. All right, the Liege. It was reprinted in Foundations. It's pretty much the same card with the Baloth. You can just cheat it when you're forced to discard it. So if you have these cards, turn 1. Oh, looks like the stream died. Hold on. All right. I think the camera is overworking at this point because it's been a while since we've seen, we've had this much long of a gameplay for Magic. But anyways, Wiltleaf Liege or Obstinate Baloth, those are the 2 cards that might be super crucial in the matchup. Just because of how good they are against Hopeless Nightmare. Because you get to cheat in a 4/4, gain 4 life. Or Wiltleaf is just a free 4/4 body. The caveat, though, for this matchup is, of course, the Pixie decks are very well prepared. They have Dreams of Steel and Oil on the sideboard. That's their way to resolve their nightmares because they don't want to board out against these types of decks, right? double Hopeless Nightmare or triple Hopeless Nightmare is backbreaking for these control/mid-range decks. They want cards in their hand. They want to play their cards. They want to gain a ton of value, but if they can't play their cards because of their cards getting discarded, then that's how the Pixie decks win. So, and for that, they need to make sure they don't get a Baloth from their hand. There's a Hopeless Nightmare. No sign of Dreams. That's an easy mulligan for Ale. I think she's just trying to mulligan down to the Baloth, which is still a good strategy. Paulo, on the other hand, most of the hands are keepable with just having multiple 1-drops, Hopeless Nightmare, Nurturing Pixie, or even Storm Chaser's talents in succession, or even a Fear of Imposter. Not the Fear of Imposter, it's the other card. Isolation, there you go. Fear of Isolation, just to bounce back your spells. All right, can we have a Baloth? No, we do not. And it may look like to be another mulligan just because of how awkward the mana base is for this type of deck. Because you're casting your demons on turn 4, turn 5 pretty late. Especially on how fast the Esper Pixie deck is. But again, a win is a win for Ale. She got the first game, which is huge. And of all the players to have the first game won is Paolo Achacoso. And there it is, a Hopeless Nightmare. It's a test. Does she have it? She doesn't. She doesn't have the Baloth. Because she's already picking which card to drop. Throws off the Cavern of Souls down to 18. Even just by throwing a land is already painful. All right, gets replaced with an island. All right, pass its turn. You can just play Pixie into Hopeless Nightmare. No, passes the turn. Interesting. A little bit of a slow start here for Paolo. All right, so it looks like Ale can get some breather right here. All right, there's the blue source. Finally gets it. That's pretty much why he wasn't able to play his cards. Question is, which one he's going to play first? All right, talents. Probably looking to pass the turn. There's the first threat. She's got cut down. And even a blot out. So this is looking good for Ale. There's the Cavern of Souls. Just looking to pass the turn. Yep. Alright, time check. Don't know why it's not counting down. But anyways, 22 minutes on the clock. Underground River. Looks like Paulo's mana base has been covered. Now he's just checking to see if he can deal a lot of damage. Probably sniffing out the cut down or a removal. Yep, just wait for her to react. 1 damage. Yep, she's pretty much happy on that. So just passing the turn. Wow, another cut down. This is what you'd want to see if you're playing Dimir Demons. Like, this is a pretty slow turn of events for the Esper Pixie, ladies and gentlemen. Like, you'd expect it to be quite fast, quite aggressive with bouncing the nightmares and then just replaying them again, even the talents. But Paolo just looking to be reserved in this game number 2. Let's see if it's gonna get payoff. He's got stock up, maybe at this town. Trying to punish Ale by playing anything, probably an Archfiend of the Dross. Alright, there's the stock up right here. Trying to fix his hand. Prowess. There's the Pixie and the Dreams, which is actually pretty good because he gets to see Ali's hand, probably snatch a Excruciator because the deck only runs 2 copies, so getting 1 is huge. And it might take some time for her to search for it out. Yep, just checking which land to tap. So, yeah, on the stack, cut down. And there's a Hidetsugu. All right. Catches it off. But if I were Ali, I wouldn't be too worried because the threat is already off the board. This is pretty good. Yep, and looks like Paolo has no choice but to play the Pixie just to get the train running once again. Taking back the Hopeless Nightmare. Yeah, it's just going to cut it down. Alright. But she's off to just top decking, hoping to not draw a land. Oh my god, and an Annex. That's sick. Alright. Alright, so it's only a matter of which side is she playing. I would say Annex. Annex is fine to play first. No need for her to get crazy. Yeah, she's just thinking about which side is she going to unlock. Because the Unholy Annex is, again, very powerful card, even in Standard. May not be as popular as it was when it first came out, but again, it's still a very strong card to have, especially in a grindy matchup against Esper Pixie. Definitely want that resolved. Meanwhile, Doc Paolo, he has this town ain't big enough. So definitely another tempo play to take out the demon. Or just the Annex? I'm not sure. I don't think he wants to bounce the Annex though. Could give her a ton of value. Yep. Looks like the Annex is coming in. And it's definitely gonna give her a bunch of cards. And there's the Archfiend of the Dross. Very nice. So, Doc Paolo, he's got a choice here. Could hold up this town or just put a lot of pressure by playing Fear into another Storm Chaser's talents. Or Hopeless Nightmare. Nightmare actually is pretty sick here. Yeah, I think the play would be to play the Hopeless Nightmare into... Yep, there you go. There's the blot out. And then he's going to play the Fear, if he has it. No, Destroy Evil. He's got a lot of answers, though. He could play the Storm Chaser's talent just to put some pressure on the board. Oh, and he could also do that. Destroy Evil on the Annex, because that could definitely put Ali back in the game. Very nice. Archfiend of the Draw is kind of awkward because Paolo definitely has access to this town in his hand. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, yeah, this is gonna be a loop at this point. Almost a 6 mana. Can level 2 Storm Chaser's talents. I think Ale is aware of that, which is why she's not playing that card yet. And rebuys the Nurturing Pixie. Oh my god, which means he could get back. Oh, okay. This is the Cadaver Lab, but he's playing the first room, which is the Defiled Crypt. And then he gets an extra token. Yep, that's a zombie. Brings back the Pixie, I believe. And he has a 2/2 zombie. This might be an opening for Ale to play her card. What is the other card, though? Oh, Duress. Nice catch. Oh, no sign of this town. Kaito. Just stock up. Okay, so Paolo is still not out. He can just play stock up and look for this town. He's not worried about the Duress. So Ali has no choice but to play the Annex, or rather the Archfiend of Draws. There you go. Okay. So yeah, definitely the first play is going to be stock up. Try to look for this town. She's already hellbent, which is a good sign for Paolo. And we have no idea why the timer is freezing. Probably because of... Right, there you go. Browse trigger. Let's see if he can have it. He would be unlucky. Oh, there's the Go for the Throat, which is also a very good card to have. Pixie. And then he's just going to reveal it. Wow. Right off the top. And yep, there you go. Browse trigger 2. So that's 5 damage. Down to 5. Next turn, he can buy back the Storm Chaser's talents, or even the Hopeless Nightmare. Right, it's not over though. But it is, because you drew a land. All right, we're going to game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Very interesting turn of events. So, masterful display right there from Paolo Achacoso. Just playing how exactly an Esper Pixie deck would play out. Quite rough that Ali had to take out had to be taken out with the Hopeless Nightmare. Even though he had a very slow start. Like, he just relied on the stock up in his hand. Which definitely paid out later in the game. Because Ali also had a pretty slow hand as well. And catching the Hidetsugu as well as the Archfiend of the Draws basically just closed out the game pretty quickly. All right, so straight into game number 3, 12 minutes on the clock. Let's see if Alec can bounce back. Probably hoping for a Baloth right here or a Wilt Leaf. No sign of any green cards, but seems to be a pretty strong hand with Duress and Eclipse. All right, now it's my turn. Let me get that Nightmare for you. But if it were me, man, she didn't even checked her. She didn't even check his hand. Like, I think the better choice. Oh, better choice would have been stock up. That would have been another option. All right, Anchorage passes the turn. What's the follow up? A second Eclipse. Pass. Draw for the turn. Courtyard. Probably gonna pass. Yeah. Paolo's just gonna wait and see if he can sculpt his hand. Looks like she was trying to bait Paolo, thinking she could have drawn land, but there was. All right. Let's see if Paolo can start building up his board. Another courtyard. Maybe no. Darker Waste. Needs to be wary of his blue source. Either that or he wants to cast stock up. But he's also probably worried about counterspell. Oh, hold up. Wow, let's it resolve. I don't know about that. 10 minutes on the clock. Right. I see a go for the throats. A duress. I think he wants to see Alice's hand. Let's get more info. Because nothing's happening at this point, so. But it's definitely not going to catch the Hidetsugu. Okay. So, 7 cards in hand. It's just playing around. Alright, Ali. Go for the throats. Off the top. Plays a land. Archfiend. Oh! Oil Deep Gearhulk. New card alert from Aetherdrift. This card is bonkers, ladies and gentlemen. It's not even a demon. It's just a construct. So it's Vendilion Click with a beefy body. And it has a protection of its own, so very sick card to have in standard right now. Takes out the Storm Chaser's talents. Huge. And it's looking awkward because look at Doc Pow's hand. He doesn't have anything to play to synergize with the bounce effects. Like, I guess he could play Duress into Pixie and Fear. Like, super awkward. This might be Alice's chance to get ahead in the game. Holy smokes. All right, start off. Duress. Double Eclipse into Hidetsugu. If you're watching, ladies and gentlemen, you know that Ale is super ahead in this game right now. And if I were you, I'd root for her. Pretty sure that's a go for the throat, if I'm not mistaken. So Eclipse is kind of awkward. I would probably just take the other one, the go for the throat. Yeah, definitely. And just probably force Paolo to play. No, he's probably not going to play anything. This town can't even play the card because there's nothing to bounce on his hand, so he's probably just going to take 4 damage this turn. Oh my god. And he's going to get to play Hidetsugu. Oh boy. Even gets a land off the top. Crazy top deck. Naming demons, I assume. We got a game, ladies and gentlemen. And he just plays it right off the ground. Not even afraid of anything from Paolo. Draws 3. There's the Annex. Archfiend. And another go for the throat. Oh my god. This card is insane. Dude, just bottom the Eclipse. Put the Eclipse on top. Oh my god. Right. Goes in for 4. Red zone. Down to 15. Ale, 24. I can't believe what I'm seeing, man. Oh my god. Guys, let me know in the chat if you're seeing this. This is insane. Demir Demons definitely pulling it off against the Esper Pixie. Like, everyone kind of hates this deck at this point, and I'm definitely rooting for Ali. Now that she's super ahead on the board with two beefy creatures, Oil Deep, Gear Hulk, and Hidetsugu. Who would have thought that this card would be insane? And the top deck from the Caverns. Crazy, crazy game so far. Paolo, let's see if he can try to bounce back. Oil Deep is super hard to remove with the Ward 1, as he's definitely drying up on the mana. Let's see if we can try to break this board. Time check. 5 minutes on the clock. Why did you do this to me, computer? Because right now, Paolo's not looking good at this point. That was huge. Like, taking out the Storm Chaser's talents off of the Gear Hulk just basically put him back in the game. Or her back in the game. That's crazy. Alright, so what's the play here? Did he get anything off the top? Probably a land. And it's even worse to bounce the Hidetsugu. Or even the Gear Hulk itself. Ay, ay, ay. Just play the Pixie and pass? Or even just hold up. Nah. He doesn't have enough mana to play this town hardcast. He needs the next turn to be available. And an untapped land, which is kind of hard at this point because you have a lot of tap lands in after turn 3. And I'm already seeing a Darkslake Shores, I believe, in Paolo's hand. Oh my god. Alright, Annex. At this point, Alec can just play Unholy Annex just to really shove it off on Paolo. It's only gonna buy him time. Yep, just play the Annex. Doesn't matter if she loses 2 life if he decides to bounce the Hidetsugu. Because he can just block. Yeah. He can buy a turn, block, and then cast this down ain't big enough. That's how powerful the card is. Can definitely try to hold off as much as possible. 3 minutes on the clock. Ale needs to find a way to close this game as quickly as possible because she's very close. She's super ahead on the board. Paolo's just definitely going to lose gas at this point. Right. Red zone. Blocks the Hidetsugu. Goes for the Gear Hulk. Pays 3 mana. Oh, alright. Go for the throats. Just take care of the Pixie. Any advantage would definitely be helpful. So not even bouncing Hidetsugu. That's gonna deal a ton of damage. Not a ton of damage. Just 2 life. Any damage would count to just whittle away the Pixie deck. Let's see what he got off the top. Classic. Classic Paolo. Very dramatic draw from the top. Akaito. Alright. But it's not what he needs. Kind of okay. He could just put 2 stun counters on Hidetsugu. But it's definitely going to delay a little bit. But it's still a good card nonetheless to play. It's definitely going to be a play for Doc Paolo if he doesn't do anything. Other than trying to delay the game as much as possible. Yep, there it is. Kaito coming into play. Puts his 2 stun counters on Hidetsugu. Passes a turn. Draw. Another annex. All right. So the question is whether she'd want to unlock the annex, play another annex, or just another Gear Hulk. Gear Hulk would still be backbreaking just to see Paolo's hand. Time check, 30 seconds. She needs to close it out. Knowing Paolo, he's definitely not going to concede. And he still has access to Restless Anchorage, so this might drag on a little bit. Ale is losing a lot of time at this point. All right, Annex. Number 2. Time's up. Paolo. Turn 1. There's a blot out. There you go. Let's see what he can draw off the top again. Yeah. And he does it again. All right, going to time. Let's see how... Oh, is that a disc down? Wow. Okay, Surveil 2. Let's see if... Yep, that's a land. Draws another card. Ooh, Dreams. You can take out the Oil Deep. It's got a lot of cards. Blot out as well. Turn 2, turn 4. So Ali only has 2 turns left. But Doc Paul has a lot of answers. At this point, this town like can animate the anchorage. I think Blot Out is a good card to take out. Or the Gear Hulk. Yeah, probably the Gear Hulk. Because I think he's definitely planning to bounce the Hidetsugu just to save a lot of life total. Yep, just see if he could maximize. Ooh. Stock up. Another good card to see. Paolo is just trying to delay the inevitable. Trying to get a draw. I think that's the ideal scenario for him. And then hopefully win the next round. He's cutting it really close. With 2 wins and 1 draw on round number 4. So another copy of this town maybe. I think I'm seeing Fear of Isolation. Man, this is looking very close though. So Paolo, I think he's already in the safe zone with bounce. But if Ale draws a 3 steps ahead, she may have a chance in closing out this game. She still needs to take care of Kaito because it's definitely pulling. It's that Kaito was a huge top deck, by the way, very huge. All right, ready to pass the turn. Oh, hold up. Oh. Another Dreams. Taking out the Archfiend. All right, turn number 2. Yep. Just a reminder. So what's the play here for Ali? So far, The Eclipse is looking very awkward. I guess that's the only way to... The only play right here. Take care of Kaito. And then last turn? I think she's pretty much hoping for a go for the throat, like a third copy, just to deal with. Like she could basically kill Hidetsugu and then try to spike off the top. Like a big mana cost, like, or any card actually, like Archfiend. Yep. Oh, negate. That's huge. Hold up. It ain't over. This ain't over. Paolo is kind of empty on the board. This is looking exciting. Now that we see negate just to fend off this town. Whew. Looking very spicy. Paolo Achicaso at the back of the wall. Oh no, don't tell me. Duress? Hopeless Nightmare? That's not gonna do anything. Looks like doesn't. Yep, Ali is just gonna fend off. Like she's super healthy in life total, and the Eclipse are looking to be bad cards at this point. But I think they kind of did they served their purpose, right? It just made Paolo felt awkward to play her or his cards, like the Pixie and the Fear of Isolation. Yeah. He has to play the Fear. And then hold up this. Oh, no. Wait. Did he just tap 2 blue? Oh, no. He has another blue source. And another one. Yep, just to dump. Wait, what? Oh, no. He tapped the wrong mana. I'm pretty sure he has this sound, right? Oh, no. But that would be a signal for Ali that he probably has Destroy Evil. Taking care of one of the Annex? I think that's the only way for him to survive and get a draw. Oh my god. This is looking very exciting. Alright. I guess she could just pass the turn. Maybe. Wait, does she have go for the throat? I didn't see the rest of her cards. Maybe she's worried about Destroy Evil. She only has negate. Alright! She has a counter. Let's go! Blowout! Draw for the turn. Can she get an Archfiend? Wait. Oh! Holy! Cut down for the win! Ali gets the win! Sheesh! Oh my god! What a huge victory for Ali. 2-1 against Esper Pixie of all the decks. Crazy turnaround. Oh my god. I was just... Alright. Just trying to calm down. It's my first time seeing Ali performing so well in this deep into the tournament. So really hoping that she'd pull off in the last turn, or rather last game. We still have one more round, and then we'll go to the top 8 cuts. So we're hoping to see Ali make it to the top 8s in our store championships. But Doc Pao, I believe his standing is 2-1-1. He still has a shot. He can still win and get into the top 8 with an X11 score, I believe. That's like 10 points. But it's cutting close because he did draw out on the first round. So we'll have to wait and see. Updates to be announced later. Guys, don't go anywhere. Last round into top 8 here in Top Deck Games. Aetherdrift Store Championships. We'll be right back after these messages.
れからみんなでめちゃくちゃ踊って騒ごう騒ごう
Headbanger. I know you feel me now. I know you hear me loud. I scream it loud and proud. Missy gon' blow it down. People gon' play me now. In and out of town. Cause I'm the best around. With the crazy style.
I gotta say I'm in the mood for a little bit more of that. I mean, I'm saying what kind of beat is today? I need to stop all of them on you, on me, on us. Just tell me you want me.
Ay, kalimot ko. Tup.
2 pa may mag-open.
I'm in the big leagues, told him don't miss me. By making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Yeah, I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Yeah, told him I'ma hit it out the stands. I deserve another 100 bands, I deserve another 100 fans. Told him this was all fast. I'm in the big leagues, told him don't miss me. By making his dog, like I'm in the big league.
1, 2, 3. So if you're ready, and if you let me, I wanna see it in motion, in 3D. You won't regret me. Champagne confetti. I wanna see it in motion, in 3D. 'Cause you know I like it, girl. 3D. You know I like it, girl.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stream. Aetherdrift Store Championships here with TD Bapo on commentary. It's round number 5, and we got some spicy decks to show you guys. Hold up, looks like I also made up made a mistake here in the names. There you go. All right, starting off with Zoe, one of our old players here. but relatively young player here at Top Deck, running mono white cats. It's been a while since we've seen this tribal deck in Standard for a very long time. This is all thanks to Foundations giving us all bunch of cats that we've seen. I think one of the best cards that I've seen from that set was Arabo. It's like such a menace of a card to deal with. And in the meantime, you got Anray, all the way from Iligan, running Celestia Rabbits. Crazy turn of events to see these decks come out each other. This is what we want to see in Top Deck games. All right, so after that crazy game earlier with Ale and Paolo, with the Demir Demons and Esper Pixie, crazy match. We got another spicy match for you guys, so don't go anywhere. For those who have just tuned in, thank you so much. Or rather, that are sticking around, thank you so much for watching our stream. Again, don't forget to like and share the stream. Leave a comment on what you think about the matches that you've seen so far. Anyways, yeah, very interesting decks to see here at round number 5 with Cats versus Rabbits. Who is gonna win? Rabbits and Cats, they could like really go wide. So combat is the name of the game for this matchup. It's creature versus creature decks. We'll see who's the better tribal deck, right? Slight advantage, I would say, for Celestial Rabbits because it's got a lot of good cards from Bloomborough with the Paw Patch Recruit. Even Paw Patch Formation is an all-star in the sideboard for this deck. And it even has some pretty cool cards to see, like the Regal Bonicorn, which we've seen earlier in the previous rounds. But I'm very curious how Zoe is going to play this out. All right, there's the Enduring Innocence. Also a very powerful white card. All right. Starting things off, I believe Andre is going to go first, maybe? Oh, wow. Mulligan to 5. Not looking good for our rabbits. Oh, my God. This is nostalgia trip with Savannah Lions. Who would have thought that he'd come back to Standard after so many years? Such a classic card. All right. Goes in for 2. Okay, interesting choice for Andre to trade. The Valley Might Caller is actually very powerful, so definitely Andre wants to keep it. Ooh, in a case. Very nice turn 2 play there for Zoe. I think that's the life gain enchantment right there. The Uneaten Feast. So game plan for Zoe is to gain as much life as possible by flooding the board with multiple copies of cases. Yep, Paw Patch Recruit. Damn. Just one land from Anray. Really trying to push it hard. And there's the classic card as well, a Johnny's Pride Mate. You'd normally see this in your arena decks. All right, finally gets a white source. Oh, there's Phineas. Man, this is so refreshing to watch after a series of top tier decks in Standard right now. So looks like there's the third land. He could opt for Innocence. Yep. Just put the pressure. Not really too worried. Goes on the defense with a 4/4 Pride Mates. And things are gonna start to get really crazy right here because Anre also has a... Oh, hold up. Seasoned Bodyguard, I believe. He can even go for the Sheltered by Ghosts, which I think is very huge in this matchup. Goes for the Might Caller, takes out the Pride Mate. All right. Let's reach Vigilance. So Phineas definitely has to trigger here. Putting a lot of counters on. Yep. And he gets to draw a card, which is insane. All right, looking to double block, trying to get back his Pride Mate right there. Goes down to 10? 12, all right. Gets back the Pride Mate. Tries to get in his graveyard. Yep, they enter together, gets a draw card. So Zoe definitely has a chance to get back on the board, especially with the case. Great synergy with the Pride Mate. He does have access to ossification just to deal with Phineas. I think Phineas is quite troublesome if he goes off. So he could play ossification at the cost of, yeah, Paw Patch triggering. Yep. But it is a much needed answer for that card. Ooh. Leonin. It's the Vanguard. There you have it. Double trigger, gets the gain life. And then a Johnny gets bigger and bigger. It's a life gain deck, definitely. So, pretty sure he's very happy that he's not dealing with some control deck with a board wipe. So this is like the classic aggro deck that you see in the arena. So let's see how Andre is going to play this off. So there's a Burrow Guard Mentor on Anre's hand. You can just opt to play it. Zoe has a second copy of Ossification, so he might be looking pretty good on his next turn. And he has Enduring Innocence. I think that's the best way to fend off this kind of aggression. All right, going in. Red zone for the Bodyguard and the Paw Patch recruits for 4. Down to 10. Trade. Oh no, it just loses it. Passes the turn. Oh no, Anray. Looks like he's stumbling. Oh, and here it is, Arabo. The king has returned. And there's the cat token. Very cute art right there. Super ahead on the board right now. Even gets a planes into a Leonin. Gets another cat. Gets to gain another life. And then just makes the Ajani Pridemate just bigger and bigger. Like the time froze again. Yep, forced the block. Not looking good for Anray, unfortunately. He did stumble on the first few turns with just 1 land. But look at the board right now. It's looking crazy for Zoe. Might be taking the first game off in this round number 5 with Arabo. The first Fang. It just buffs all his cats and he just has a lot of cats. I think the cats got there faster than the rabbits. I don't know how you're going to get away from this game. You're the creature deck. And even though with 20 life, that could easily be drained with this massive army from Zoe. All right. Think Tank for Anray. Not sure how can he get away with this. He could take, like, probably play like a removal for a Johnny's Pridemate. But then he has to deal with the Rabo. Because it's just going to generate a ton of value. 3 mana? Sacrifice the village. For... Look at the top 6. Probably get a rabbit. But this is probably looking... Oh. Gets the Burrow Guard, but he can't cast it. He probably has a land on his hand. But then... Probably be forced to jump block. Alright, reveals it. Gets a thumbs up. There's the Burgard once again. That card would have been great if he had it on turn 2 and then turn 3 hop to it. That's like the best turn you can get. Just making it as massive as possible with a bunch of rabbits. Because 5/5 trample is not a joke on turn 3. One card in hand. You could just pop either the Paw Patch Recruit or the Burgard Mentor with another ossification. Who would have thought that this card is still very relevant? Can be very relevant in this matchup. Last time we've seen this card probably in... almost went for the handshake right there. Guys, we still have game number 3, by the way. 2 and 3, possibly. All right. Quick concession for Mr. Anray. He's going to try to bounce back on the next game. Sideboard, I have no idea how these sideboards work, guys. It's a creature deck. Probably need a bunch of removals, I would say, or protection. I think that's the key to getting a hedge in this matchup. I think it was just, again, quite unfortunate for Anray because I remember he had a Knight Errant of Eos in his hand. It was just sitting there. Could not get to build his board. Especially with that trade. Like, Zoe was very happy with that trade off of that Valley Might Caller. Getting back his Pride Mate. Because he was very confident that that was the creature that was going to put a lot of pressure on the board. Alright, for those who are streaming, or rather, for those who are watching the stream, guys, welcome once again. This is round number 5 of Aetherdrift Store Championships here at Top Deck Games. This is TD Bapo with commentary. Hope you guys are having a great evening. This is round number 5. Zoe could potentially get into the top 8, by the way, if he gets this win. Just by looking at the standings. Yep. Anray, very slim chance. He's 2-2. But he really wants to get a win as much as possible. Because a 50% win rate is not bad for a Store Championships run with Celestia Rabbits. And again, he just needs to curve out. That's pretty much the important game plan for this deck. Especially against this kind of deck where it really wants to stall out in terms of flooding the board with creatures as much as possible. A lot of cats, a lot of life gain. So a lot of moving parts before he gets in. But Anray could definitely have the speed if he has the right cards. It was just quite unfortunate for him to mulligan to 5. And he was sort of lucky to drag it out a little bit longer than we would ever anticipate, because with the Razor Verge Thicket draw on like the 3rd turn or 4th turn, he was able to cast Sheltered by Ghost, try to speed things around. Unfortunately, he traded it off with 2 creatures, which would have been great on paper, but turned out to be not so great after all. Because after that, he just lost a lot of gas. He needed to stall out a bit longer and build his board with the Knight Errant of Eos. Alright, a little shuffle here and there. Moving on to game number 2. Anray should be on the play here. And Zoe is just chilling. Alright, so we actually saw how Arabo was able to like get a landslide of a win right there. And very refreshing to see Savannah Lions in play here at Top Deck Games. And we're seeing it right again. Although, looks like it's a 1 land hand. Oh, it keeps right away. Can he get a land off the top? Oh, I think there's another land. Okay, so it seems like a pretty decent hand here for Zoe. No turn 1 play for the Celestia Rabbits. Kind of a sus right there. This better be worth it. Phineas could be a good card. It's probably the play. Okay. Draw off the top. Ossification. If Zoe respects it. Otherwise, you could just put more creatures on the board. Alright, takes 2. Yeah, definitely doesn't want to block right there. What is that card? I think that's from Aetherdrift. Cats for the win. Yo, what's up, Sir Coco? Welcome to the stream. Glad you can make it. Yeah, and Cats to actually be winning in for top 8s here in Top Deck Games. Store Championships. Crazy. Puts a counter on another Rabbits. I think that's the Lord right there. 3 damage. Brush land, third land. All right, what's the play here? He's got ossification. He can take care of one of these creatures, probably Phineas, because he could snowball from here. Because the advantage of the mono white cats is to just delay as much as possible. And just gain a ton of life. Oh, it's a crew. Oh, it's a vehicle. Ooh. Alright. Let me try to look for that card. What kind of card is that? But anyways, Zoe, not afraid of Phineas at this point. Probably has another answer on his hand. But the filter with the planes is actually pretty useful. Especially with a slow start here from Anray. And he gets the Bodyguard. Yep. Or the Leonin Vanguard. Just actually pretty good as well. Just wants to flood the board. Alright, passes turn. Land pass. Not looking good for Anray. Oh no. Zoe is super ahead. You can just slam Arabo at this point and just deal a ton of damage. I think that's the land that pumps your cats. There's the case. And there's the Ajani Pridemate. Here comes the combo. Gain one, put a counter. Sick. And the Vanguard can also trigger to gain life again as well. Yep. Combat, trigger, put another counter. It buffs the Leonin Vanguard. Man, this is sick. I'm enjoying this. All right. Tries to block. See if we could get any answer. There's the trigger. Gets another planes. Zoe making quick work on game number 2. And he still has Granite Ruins hit. He has also Mishra's Foundry, which means he still has a lot of gas on the board right now. So Zoe in the prime position to actually win this game. All right, can we get anything from Anray? Trades off the Vanguard with Phineas. That doesn't feel very good. Down to 14. Up to 20. 21. Thank you for the reminder. And it puts a counter on a Johnny's Pridemate again. Looks like Anray is just flooding. He's got to play something at this point. Another Phineas. That's pretty much why he was holding off. He has a card. I don't know what it is, though. Whoa, what's happening? Regal Caracal! Oh, my God. More cats. Who doesn't want more cats? Sheesh. That's 2 triggers, I believe, and then... Or 3, rather, with Regal Caracal. And it's a Lord as well, so that's a huge Pridemate. Cruise. The vehicle right there. And he's going to search for another planes. Damn, he's just taking so much value off of this vehicle. I just need to search that card, though. Let me try to look for that. Gets another planes. It's definitely a very strong vehicle. And interesting to see, at least. Not sure if it's a common or uncommon. Blocks with the Phineas again. Like, nothing's happening for Andre. He's just stumbling at this point. Not showing off anything. This is not looking good for him. Not with the rabbits, at least. He has to do something. Right. Let's see off the top. It's a land. Yikes. And he's got nothing. And here is the concession. Congratulations to Zoe. Getting the win. 2-0 with Mono White Cats. Proving that cats are better than rabbits. They're way cuter. Wow. Never have I ever thought that we'd see this matchup in standard. So I can't wait to see what this deck can fold up for the top 8 if it gets to the top 8. Just by looking at the score, Zoe should be primed for top 8 if I'm not mistaken. So, yep. We still got 24 minutes in the round. Probably get a break, but we might have a game after this round going into the top 8. So yeah, guys, don't go anywhere. Be sure to hang out, or don't let the stream die out, because we'll have more games. We have top 8 cut just after this. We'll be right back after these messages.
これからみんなでめちゃくちゃ踊って騒ごう騒ごう
Headbanger. I know you feel me now. I know you hear me loud. I scream it loud and proud. Missy gon' blow it down. People gon' play me now. In and out of town. Cause I'm the best around. With the crazy style.
I gotta say I'm in the mood for a little bit more of that. I mean, I'm saying what kind of beat is today. I need me to stop over. You want me on us. Just tell me you want me.
Ayos ya. Ay, kalimot ko.
PM kami mag-open.
I'm in the big leagues, told him don't miss me. By making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Yeah, I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Yeah, told him I'ma hit it out of stance. I deserve another 100 bands, I deserve another 100 fans. Told him this was always fast. I'm in the big leagues, told him don't miss me. By making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues.
1, 2, 3. So if you're ready, and if you let me, I wanna see it in motion, in 3D. You won't regret me. Champagne confetti. I wanna see it in motion, in 3D. 'Cause you know I like it, girl. 3D. You know I like it, girl.
for our monthly flagship battle here with Bruce using his Kaido deck versus Dave, and it seems like the resident Zoro player is now going back to his favorite law, red green. So we will see. Oh, and actually Bruce seems to be using the purple blue version instead of the regular purple version Kaido. So it's very exciting to see what he will be doing here in this flagship. I think this is the first time that he has joined the flagship, while Dave has been a constant force during the previous months and even topping some of them. So we will be seeing some the usual side comments, laughing, and a dice roll to decide who will go first. And they're deciding. And so after some friendly banters, they're now starting the game with the usual mulligan. And I do like Bruce's hand here, and it seems that he favors blue purple Kaido for the draw power instead of the usual purple Kaido, which is streamlined and is more focused on ramping. So this is the first time that I've actually seen Bruce on stream. This is the first time that he has joined the flagship, so it will be exciting to see what his deck is. But while Dave has been a usual force here in flagship, so we do know that has or he keeps on using this law deck and even top some weeklies with them. Uh, Okay. And now the game starts. It seems that the Zoro player. Oh, it's not Law. It's Zoro. Dave is now starting the game. Bruce is now starting with Perono, checking the top 5 cards of his deck. This will be very good for him to set up the next few turns. This will be very crucial, especially because Zoro is known to be a very aggressive deck. So knowing which cards which knowing which cards he will draw will be crucial for him this for this start. That's why Perona is the perfect start for him. He needs to able to hold back the aggression of Zoro. But because it seems like Dave didn't have any one to cast, he will have another turn which is fairly calm and easy. And Dave with a snap, Dada, and checking top 5 for that one, the usual Zoro antics, searching the Nami and showing off the cool AA version, and of course playing it for another top check. I wasn't able to see what he got, and he's just attacking with it, attacking with the Zoro, and a block with the Kaya. It's super weird. I mean, I understand that he wants to block it early for able to just take damage later on, but Kaya is a 2k shield, and it seems kind of a waste to even use this early. But it seems that his hand is full of Higashimas. So I understand that that's why he. So that's maybe why he guarded it early, even though it's a waste of card. And then, oh no, Bruce attacks with his Kaido, and Dave gets a Marco 5. And using the Onigashima to ramp, and that's the usual tactics of Kaido. So we will see Bruce be as a 7 cost later on in the game during his turn, while Dave is still stuck at 5. What do you want to do? Oh, and Bruce is thinking, making sure that he doesn't. I mean, it early, which is kind of a waste to be honest. But I understand what he's planning, because well, usually you want to use it early, and it's calling the judge. So normally I would just keep this in my hand because it would help with the defensive for the defensive turns against Zoro. But I think he's using it early just to cut just to cut off Dave in his early game. And yeah, they were just making sure that there are no takebacks. That's what he did. And he's using that the tech, the Blackbeard tech. I like to see that because I think at this point Dave's build is more of a mid-range Zoro rather than an early game Zoro. So he doesn't want those early Namis and early Dadans. He just wants to let them go and turn it into raw power after they have used their card. Okay, here with the queen, drawing two, the usual the usual things. And at least right now he can discard that extra Onigashima and has an extra body for defensiveness. And more, of course, ramping for that Bruce wants from his Kaido. I can expect an early 10 here later on, but I don't see anything in his hand that is even worth ramping for. And of course, Dave with the snap equip of a Dawn. What will he do? I think he will just attack with the Nami and then sack. No. Yeah, I think he will just attack with the Dadan and then sack the Nami with just for the draw. Or he can just use. Oh, he's attacking first with his Zoro, and I think it will just. And he does have a lot of choices here with this Marco. And early Hell's Judgment, making sure that the Teach and the Zoro can't attack. So Zoro now is at 3k, while Teach is at, I believe, 3k as well. So Bruce taking full advantage of Hell's Judgment and making sure that Zoro can't as aggressive as he wants to be. Look at Dave's hand; it's full of events. This is the new Zoro build, which is more focused on doing events for the Marcos because Marco allows itself to be revived when it's KO. So basically, Zoro and other red decks have free bodies as long as you have an event. This is and some decks even run the Fire Flame Emperor or the Entei just to be able to make sure to uh, be against other Whitebeards or other Zoros in their aggression. Now it's Bruce's turn once again, and again I don't anything here that is worth the ramp. There's nothing here that can even be played. I think X Drake fine, but wants to be able to answer this board with at least Kaido 10 or even King at this point. But and just see. I think Bruce could have taken one just to make sure that he was able to draw into something from his left. But I can't understand his reason not doing. Oh, and he just draws two. There it is. Another blocker. I love that's why I like this build of blue purple because blue purple does have a lot of access to more blockers than the usual purple Kaido. And then we cards as Perona and Toffee, you can check the top 5 cards of your deck and making sure that you do get those cards that you want. That's the power of the blue side of purple Kaido. And Kaido's just attacking to Zoro. And block with the Brook. And that's a beautiful art of Brook here at the current promo pack. Here live at our flagship battle. And he attacks with the Queen. It's not really bad per se, but it's an aggressive move that he was able to uh pick off some life and pick off some hand from Zoro, but at the same time, don't really think he want to. But and Dave just take it because he wants it, but it's another Marco. Oh no, I think this is bad for Bruce. So Dave is getting all the cards that he needs. Well, Bruce is struggling to even look for cards that he wants. What does he want on top? I think puts the Kaya on top just for draw two. And on Onigashima. So at the minimum here, I think we will now be seeing Marcos, and it will be hard for Bruce to answer the Marco. This is slowly turning lopsided against, and again with the snap equip. Zoro is really powerful with that one Dawn plus 1000 to the field. You're basically telling me that that one card is giving plus 4,000 power to the board, 4,000, 5,000 power to the board, and attacking me with 5k. That's the annoying thing about Zoro. Zoro is just making sure that you're blocking with the minimum. You don't have anything else you can. It's either you take or you overguard. That's why sometimes it's annoying to face Zoro. They don't really want to overshoot the power because as long as they can take one card from your hand, that's one less card they have to worry about. Dave here making attacking with MEC attack and attacking the Dadan. Let me check that it's possible. Let's check upkeep. 4,000 power, but Dadan should have 5,000 power. Oh, that again. Just verify with the judges here. Uh, Stops us. I'll just back here just to make sure that the rules are properly followed. Okay, nothing was wrong. The play was correct. Just making sure that the stream is correct here because, of course, YouTube comments will be on our asses the moment that they will see that there are wrong plays. But don't worry, that's why we are here to make sure that the plays are properly correct and there are no rules infractions. And here we see that Dave is sitting calmly with more than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 cards in hand and attacking with the Marco. And this is where the power of Zoro comes in. Marco attacks with the 7k against the 5k, and that is without a Dawn on Marco. That's the power of Zoro. That's why people are complaining Zoro is one of the best decks in the format for at least 3 metas now. Another Marco, as I said, I saw that from the head a mile away. This will be harder and harder for Blue to answer, even with a 10k, because Dave now has a lot of events in hand. This is the problem with what was happening with Bruce early on. His Peronas and his um Trophies was not able to let him see the cards that he wanted to draw into or to get into the next following turns. Didn't see any of the big value cards like such as 10 Kaido or the 7 King or even the 9 King. It will be harder. I mean, the 6 King and the 7 King. It will be harder and harder for Kaido or Bruce to be able to answer back the aggression of Dave. And then Dave is not even used much of the low cost characters going, and he's rather playing into mid-range Zoro build. And again, here we see that all the that you Bruce used extra skill on Marco, but all that Dave did was just discard a card. And then check another trigger. Checking the top 5 for a white beard. Here we go. And another, I see that, another Marco. A Marco blocker. What the hell is that deck, Dave? That's just white beard with Zoro as the leader. And attacking with the Queen 7k to the Zoro. Here's what I'm talking about. Because Bruce has not much chance left because of his bad checks and the bad cards that he was drawing. He's now using Queen just to be able to match Dave's aggression. Using the Queen just to be able to attack instead of blocking. And I can't really blame him because he's just taking a chance on how to win this game, or he's looking for a way to fight back rather than just sitting defensively. So I can't understand him blocking. Here we go. Dave just discards a Brook and another Marco. Oh my god, that's just 3 Marcos. And it's Dave's turn. Aldon now active on his side. And the Nami attacking with the 5k. This is annoying, I'm not gonna lie. I can see that he will now be using. Bruce will now be using Hell's Judgment, but on which cards? I mean, I understand. This will be hard because who do you choose? Honest. And he's just blocking with a Sadie, but I think you already gave too much information, Bruce. Attacking, of course. That's just you already gave up too much information, my friend. Okay, he's choosing Marco and the Zoro. Attack whiffs. It doesn't connect, but now those Marcos and the Marco and Teach is just gonna punch through his defenses with no cards left in hand. But he does have 3 more lives, so that is 3 potential cards that he's able to draw into. $7k in. I know that's not 7k. That's minus 3k. That's 6-3. That's 4k. Yeah, that making sure that the power is correct. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. And since they've already uh just make sure that is possible. Okay. Okay. Now he's just using Teach to attack and sacking the Nami. Okay. Yeah. Goes into Queen, of course, because he doesn't want Bruce to be able to draw into those cards. And attacking with 5k. Marco, if my math is correct, because it's minus 3, 6 minus 3 plus 2. Yeah, 5k. And no choice, draw 2. Wow, that's actually very good. Now Bruce is back at 3 cards in hand. That trigger was good timing, not gonna lie. But now Bruce doesn't have the Queen, so he's and is left with an X-Drake and his leader. That is hard for him right now. It's hard for him to be able to punch back at Dave, and Dave is just up. Dave just played 2 blockers with the Marco and the 1 cost blocker here. This is gonna be annoying for Bruce. I don't think he has any outs other than that king, but even then, what are you gonna do? And Bruce is contemplating whether to use king early just to destroy that blocker, but what do you even? And I see that Bruce has a law, so I think that's good enough. But knowing Dave's hand, oh no, I think Dave's hand is just. I don't think Dave has any KOs. I think that, oh yes, attacking. Dave sacks the blocker. So that's good at least. Probably is what 4, 5, 6, 7. And here we go. I think we'll now be seeing the king and the card. The nerves are showing here. Bruce making sure that he's counting correctly. And king comes to the stage, destroying the teats. And that is a fair play, not gonna lie. Because teats is the one that's making him draw into the cards that Dave is pushing and pushing advantage. Now this is gonna be the hard part for Bruce because those Marcos, the immortal Phoenix, is not gonna let go to the field. I don't even think he can even go through those three Marco with such a huge hand advantage here in Dave. Here we go, and this is the downside of the Whitebeard build. There are too much events, and Zoro wants those bodies on the floor, but here it's attacking with a 7K. Sitting comfortably here with all those events in hand. And the Marcos that Bruce cannot even answer because they just keep reviving. What do you even do? 2 cards in hand. Not even a blocker in sight. Oh no, there is a blocker, and it's the Koala. But then again, if you are gonna block it, you're still gonna have to face 7K and I think 9K Marco. Gonna see. I think just Dave's just gonna go all in and just okay. Dave is making sure that minimum attack possible 7K. You need to discard 3K. Here we go, 3K. And another 7K. What do you what do you do? Yeah, all in, baby. And the shake hands. Good game. Dave takes round 1 with his Zoro. Uh, yeah. I thought he is very known. He is known to be a law player here, but I think he went with Zoro because it's tried and tested, and it's very easy compared to using law. And Bruce, I commend Bruce here for even for what he did. He was able to uh take some turns here and there. He was making sure that he was getting the cards, but unfortunately the cards weren't in his favor. The the check top 5s from Perona and Doffy yielded nothing. There was barely nothing he can use with his ramp. All he did was just use Hell's Judgment, but that was just a futile effort at that point. Now the friendly banter while we wait for the next few games. Here we are at Top Deck Games filled with players of different games, such as One Piece, Vanguard, and others. The Pod 2 Vanguard is also playing in the background alongside our flagship. And we'll be right back for round number 2. And here we are back. Round number 2. Malone versus Mabulay. Both using yellow and using uh, elder, uh the, the strongest son of Big Mom, Katakuri. And Mabulay showing off his AA version against Malone's common version of the leader. But AA doesn't AA leader doesn't mean that you're automatically the winner. So Malone is known here as a good yellow player and has stopped a lot of standard battles using his Katakuri, while Mabulay is fairly new to the deck. So this will be a fun matchup to see. And they have kept their hands. It must be pretty good, considering it was a pre snap keep. Snap keep, I mean. Malone goes first and passes. Mabulay now has access to stones and is and plays Danji, attacking with his Katakuri, not even equipping. What is Malone's plan here? Uh, and goes with a Pero. Fairly uneventful here yet. It's just leaders attacking. And here we go. Mabulay checking if for a possible trigger because this is yellow and we don't want yellow to get those triggers, of course. Using the Katakuri at full force. Sanji taking one hand and blocking it. Malone doesn't want to take any more damage. Pero goes for the attack on the Sanji and lets it go. He doesn't want to even defend it. Checking the damage. Malone is thinking here. Does he even want to give that? And takes it. I see. That's why he was able to easily let it go. This is fairly standard fanfare. Mabula is checking his life instead of Malone's. It's weird, but understandable because he wants to make sure that he gets triggers, but Malone's can also just not put it there. So it's kind of weird and honest. And here we go with the big mom. Well, Mabulay chooses for the life. Fairly easy choice. And Pero. That's why Mabulay kept it. But it's kind of weird for Malone to not even check the top card. But he did just play the big mom. So it was a hard choice to make to even he would check or to just play the big mom. But I think big mom was a better play there because of the additional life. And attacking the Pero checking the top 3. Getting another and getting pudding. Pero goes for attack on the leader. And of course, has another pudding in hand and then attacking with the other. So I think Mabulay here now has access to the big 10 mom. I know, I think that's still 7. So this is the small big mom. Oh, it's the and adds the big mom to the life. Okay. Wow, this is fairly exciting to be honest. This is a yellow versus yellow matchup. Yellow just being introduced in OP03 and it's already forced into meta because of the constant life checking and the adding of life and the other that yellow is life. Then just let's go of his character. Bulay is an advantage here with the bigger characters in board. And a big 10 mom. Wow, that's amazing combo.